Dear guests, we are about to start our discussion titled Plurilateralism Pathways, Restoring Order in a Fraying Multilateralism System. And a quick announcement, after the first panel discussion, please remain seated as we will have a curator's call. It's now my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Lisa Singh, Chief Executive Officer of Australia-India Institute. The stage is yours.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Singh. I'm the CEO of the Australia-India Institute at the University of Melbourne in Australia. We are Australia's leading think tank on driving a deeper relationship between both Australia and India, but more broadly in building peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region and on the pressing global issues that our current world faces. It's very much my honour to be here moderating this session at the Yerevan dialogue titled Plurilateral Pathways, Restoring Order in a Fraying Multilateral System. I think with the current geopolitical climate, I'm very excited to have this opportunity today for us to better understand the evolving dynamics of global governance in the face of an ever uncertain paradoxical world. First, though, I would like to very much thank the ORF and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia for hosting such an inclusive platform event on the issues facing our planet, navigating the unknown. I think it is through dialogues like these that we are able to influence global strategic thinking and shape new and emerging narratives of cooperation. And to do just that, I am joined by our panel. Mr. Sakan Safarian, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia, Mr. Lasha Dasalia, the First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia, Mr. Andrew Rosendale, who is Member of Parliament of the United Kingdom's Shadow Parliamentary Under-Secretary for Foreign Commonwealth and Development Affairs, the Under-Secretary Minna Lina Lind, the Deputy Minister for Global Affairs of Estonia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ahmed Saeed Muradzoda, the Deputy Secretary-General, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Professor Sara Mosso-Etsa, the CEO of Human Science Research Council, and Assistant Professor Keo Koga, Associate Professor at the Public Policy and Global Affairs Program, School of Social Sciences, Nanyang Technology University in Singapore. So before I dive into questions to our panellists, I have to say for me to be here in Yerevan, my first time in Yerevan, you do get the sense that we are in the regional hub of dialogue. And to discuss the importance of regional cooperation and governance, I think we do need to ask ourselves, how can we fix a waning multilateral system in a world where we require collective action? I think we are seeing now in international cooperative structures that that effectiveness of multilateral institutions isn't a straightforward question. Rather, it's about recognising that these institutions need to reform and redefine their roles in the global governance landscape. Smaller, more focused arrangements are gaining traction, partly because of the flexibility in cooperative structures and goal setting, and tangible milestones that can be achieved more quickly. So could a move away from multilateral forums to tailored, time-sensitive arrangements be the way forward for making meaningful progress in the shared challenges across the areas of peace, security, trade and health? Or do we risk fragmenting traditional multilateral structures in the search for stable global governance? These are the questions and the reason why we are here this morning, and I want to ask our thought leaders to really dive into the themes of this topic. I'm going to ask each of our panellists a question, and then we will see how we are going for time. We do have 7 panellists on this panel, and depending on that, of course, I wish to ask and allow for questions from the floor, particularly from our young fellows. So with that, I would like to start with you, Deputy Minister Safarian. Let me begin by asking you, firstly, I know that last year at the inaugural Yerevan dialogue here, You emphasised the increasing important role of developing countries in the current world order. And I think when we think about traditional multilateral structures faulting and the increasing popularity of plurilateral groupings, what are the sort of mechanisms that you can see could be necessary to drive and deliver the public goods that are needed for developing countries? And how can we ensure those sorts of mechanisms complement the broader multilateral goals?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Lisa. It is a privilege, a pleasure to sit on this panel with many friends, colleagues, and new people I just met. I have to mention first that the topic of this panel very much relates to the slogan of our forum, Navigating the Unknown. And I think that we are at a time of an exploration, new exploration of international system, which we see that the old one is defunct. And the reason for that, I think, is that developing countries need more stake, and they want more stake in and say in global affairs, in decisions, and the world needs to, the international system needs to adapt to that. But in the long term, I think that if plurilateralism is effective, it is going to become multilateral again. Because if it is effective, and the measure of effectiveness will be how much public good it delivers to this grouping, it will draw in more members, and naturally it will become multilateral. But for the time being, as they say, something is good than nothing. As far as the mechanisms are concerned, I don't see new mechanism being there, but the old ones, like summit meetings, conventions, agreements, multilateral, plurilateral agreements, international banks, they have to deliver public good to make these groupings effective. And, if we see it, we will see more countries ascending to these groupings. As far as Armenia is concerned, we are at a juncture, at a crossroads of several such plurilateral groupings, and this is why we have acquired a foreign policy of diversification and balancing and balanced foreign policy. As a foreign ministry, as a country, we are believers in multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I think I'd like to ask Deputy Minister Dasalia a similar theme, in the sense of the importance of developing countries needing more stake, which Deputy Minister Safarian has touched on. I understand that Georgia had recently, in April, hosting a trilateral meeting with Georgia and Azerbaijan and Armenia. I wanted to see, in terms of that, then, how does Georgia envision the role of plurilaterals in facilitating long-term stability and cooperation in the South Caucasus, at least? Do you think also then, if larger multilateral groupings are not as effective anymore in addressing those sort of shared security concerns, is this the new norm, the trilateral norm?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As my colleague Mr. Safarian already mentioned, we are living in quite turbulent period, and turbulent for whole international community. And we small countries feel it very directly, and maybe we are the first one who feels it, because multilateralism, while it is important for everyone, for small countries, this is the only thing we have into our arsenal to survive into this turbulent period. And in this regard, I think, though a lot of skepticism now where we are, how strong the international community, international organizations are, it is still only thing which we have. And we are very much interested this to be strengthened. I just want to say that no single country in the world is stronger than international community together. Problem is that we just, as an international community, does not know how to act exactly as an international community. Now, not going into more details regarding the question in South Caucasus, and when referring to the rules-based international order, I want to say that for more than 3 decades we are as independent countries now in this region, and South Caucasus was the example of so-called zero-sum game, when everyone was against everyone, when everyone's considering if he was gaining, someone had to lose. And when referring to last month's meeting, I want to say that maybe this is first attempt when we want to develop win-to-win approach in the region. And not disclosing the details, I'm very pessimistic after this first meeting that we will be able to go in this path. Start was very good, not talking about the details more, but I think that's exactly when we are developing the approach where to find the areas, to find the way how to everyone can benefit from regional cooperation. And of course, this will be based on general rules we all are adhered to. Maybe I'll stop here and we'll later, if there will be time, have time more to elaborate more through the questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I think, it'd be good to now, focus a bit on a specific issue when we talk about the landscape of global governance. So, Andrew Rosendale, I'm going to ask you particularly about trade liberalisation, because I know you have an interest, particularly in the UK becoming the 12th member of the CPTPP recently, which obviously we all know as the longest adjective of comprehensive progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. But in terms of trade liberalisation, and we think about multilateralism in that space, we've had Trump's assault on the multilateral order through tariffs throughout the world. We've got a whole new agenda now, I think, when it comes to trade and multilateralism. So I was going to ask you in the sense of, with the US's absence in the CPTPP, do you see this sort of plurilateral as pushing out the boundaries of trade liberalisation for the collective good? And therefore, is this the new normal when it comes to engaging on trade on the international stage?
So, good morning everyone. Thank you, Lisa. It's a pleasure to be here in Armenia again and to see the incredible success. Nobody told me I had to put the microphone on. Anyway, good morning everyone. It's great to be back in Armenia, and last time I was here was 1999. What an incredible turnaround this country has seen, particularly in the last few years. And it's a testimony to the people of Armenia and the government of Armenia that we now are seeing a country which is coming on leaps and bounds in terms of prosperity, in terms of trade and international cooperation. And I remember in 1990 that our then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher came to Armenia to open a new school in Gyumri, where there had been this dreadful earthquake in 1988. And it's that friendship and cooperation that I believe Armenia is in a perfect place to promote in the years to come, and not necessarily in a multilateral way, but in a cooperative way between nations. Multilateralism only works if you have strong nation states. If you diminish the power of a nation state, then you actually have much weaker multilateral cooperation. So everything we do globally has to be based on strong nations. And that is why I'm afraid many of the old multilateral organizations that we've grown to accept as the norm are no longer necessarily acceptable. And that's one of the reasons why the United Kingdom left the European Union. And it's one of the reasons why our focus now is on Britain as an independent nation, striking new agreements on trade and cooperation with countries around the world, but making laws that suit the interests of the United Kingdom. So I would say to all delegates here, but particularly our dear friends from Armenia, that let's not get too bound up with the idea that everything has to be multinational, that actually bilateral cooperation is really more important. You build those relationships, those friendships, those understandings and that cooperation globally. Now, Britain has always done that throughout our history, and we're doing it again today. That's not to say we don't want to participate. The CPTPP has already been mentioned, and that we hope is going to be a vehicle for prosperity and free trade with like-minded countries in the Asia-Pacific region. But ultimately, without a strong nation-state, you don't have strong global cooperation, and that's really the message I'd like to project at this conference today. But 3 cheers for Armenia. It's a fantastic country. It's upheld the Christian heritage, and in a very troubled region, I really hope that Armenia has a strong and proud future ahead of it, which I truly believe it will. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rosendell. I'd question whether President Trump would think that the US is not a strong nation state, and yet it has withdrawn quite a lot from the multilateral landscape. But let's move on and see if we can come back to explore that a bit further a bit later. I want to ask a question to Deputy Minister Minna Lindh from Estonia, and I think given Estonia's strong commitment to multilateralism, such as through its bid for a seat on the UN Human Rights Council, how do you see plurilateral arrangements potentially enhancing human rights or not enhancing human rights?
Thank you so much, and I'm really happy to start by drawing on our host, the Prime Minister of Armenia, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Armenia, who spoke yesterday morning about this very fragile state we are having in the international kind of order. And of course, the problem is that many countries would like to move away from the United Nations. And that is a question, why is that happening? Of course, for us, the main example of what is wrong with that international system is the fact that we have a permanent member of the Security Council, that being Russia, who is aggressor and is already waging a very long war of aggression against its neighbor, Ukraine. So how do you fix something like that? I think, every country is probably looking at it from different angles. What relates to human rights issues, it is the case that if they are not universal, as it should stem from the United Nations, then I think we are weakening the overall system and what we have seen. Of course, it is totally understandable that like-minded countries who are willing to or wanting to pursue different issues come together. Sorry. But I think if the main rules are not there, then it's very difficult to do something about it. So Estonia is currently leading 2 coalitions of the willing. One is Media Freedom Coalition, the other one is Freedom Online Coalition. So on media freedom, on internet freedom, both in bad decline over the past years. But we have that group of countries. I know some other countries are getting together to pursue some other issues. And when you are part of these coalitions, it's also very difficult sometimes, a very difficult calls to make when you have to call out countries, even your friends who are not really stepping up or are not really fully anymore supporting the kind of human rights approach, which we have seen also when we have to make these statements, joint statements in the Media Freedom Coalition, for example, on the countries which have been our long-time friends and partners in the past, for example, Georgia for that matter, in the recent months. But this is the responsibility, and also, of course, in bilateral relations, it can be also sometimes very difficult to make these calls. But this is a value-based organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think now I'd like to ask Mr. Saeed Muradzoda, because you are part of a plurilateral, being the SCO, and then again you also have quite a bit of extensive experience in multilateral cooperation as well. So in terms of the SCO and its efforts in the region that it's responsible for, particularly through the security focus domain, how do you see the SCO complementing or indeed competing with other regional structures?
Thank you. I will start by thanking our host, the Foreign Ministry of Armenia, first of all, and congratulate them with the excellent organization. SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, is participating in the Yerevan dialogue for the first time. So it would be great, we'll be happy to share our views. First, I will start with saying that indeed, the institutional capacity of the multilateral structures, there is a lack of capacity to adequately counter challenges and threats. The SCO, thanks to the efforts of the member states, it is characterized by a stable state and ability to ensure a high-level security in the region of its responsibility. So we are not going wide. And I can say that the SCO is a good example of the multilateral structure and at the same time plurilateral structure if there is a need to solve the specific issues. What is SCO today? It's 25% of the global landmass, 42% of the world population. We have China and India as a member states, and 24% of the world GDP. And in the SCO family, we have 26 countries, including observers, partner dialogues, but the Central Asia remains at the core of SCO. So, and we are proud to say that we have been able, through the 24 years, to build one of the largest systems of the regional security as well. And this is done because of the several important features. First, SCO, it's very important to note, is not a military bloc. It's not an alliance focused in confrontation with someone else, some countries. Second, there is no security principles in the legal base of our organization. And third, SCO has consistently adhered to the principle that the bilateral disputes cannot be the agenda of the organization. And the fourth, there is a fundamental principle. All the decisions are made by consensus. Returning to your question on our efforts, I will give you some examples, for instance, on security issues. SCO, within the SCO, the unified definition of international terrorism is explored. It is enshrined in the Shanghai Convention of Combating Extremism, Separatism, and Terrorism. Right, it was adopted several months in advance of the tragic events in New York on September 11. Second, we have special organs or institutions like the SCO Regional Anti-Terror Structure. And we are now working, taking the great challenges on the security issues. We are now working to establish several mechanisms, additional mechanisms on security issues, like the Universal Center for Tackling Challenges and Threats, with 2 branches, one in Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, and also we will soon establish the SCO Anti-Drug Center in Dushanbe in Tajikistan. And regarding drug, here's an example. During the last 10 years, the target work of our member states has contributed to the withdrawal or seizure of about 14% of the world drug circulation. So this is the result. And for the second part of your question about our interaction with other structures, yes, we do. We have an interaction. we are very closely interacting with, first of all, with the United Nations, with departments and agencies. We have good cooperation on security issues with UN Counterterrorism Department, with UNODC. Also, the regional aspect is very important. We are actively cooperating with ASEAN on the dimension, including the security, with CSTO, with CCAR, and with ICRS when it is needed. So concluding, I think one of the success of the multilateral structure like SCO is lies in the fact that there is no and cannot be the dominance by anyone. And SCO, I am the representative of Tajikistan, not a big country, the member state of SCO, and there is no element of pressure or coercion, I would say, and there is no winners and losers at the same time. There is only the collective solidarity result, which is, we are very proud of working within the SCO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murodzora. And I think I'd like to now ask Professor Mosoetsa, because Ahmad has talked about the lack of capacity of multilateral structures. We've heard from also the Deputy Minister Safarian about how developing countries need to make a stake. So in that context of multilateral institutions that we're seeing are increasingly being fragmented and under strain, how do you see plurilateral arrangements impacting the Global South's voice in global governance? Specifically, how can an African think tank assert greater agency in shaping some of that plurilateral arrangements to ensure we do have a more equitable and a more inclusive policy in terms of outcomes? Or do these sorts of plurilaterals in fact risk creating new forms of exclusion almost?
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be back in Yerevan, a great place indeed. And this time around I've had some time to explore the space, and I spent some part of my Sunday at the National Museum of History. I think what struck me the most about Armenia and the place that we are all in now, it's the history of and embracing the history of genocide. I think my input today would largely talk about things that we don't want to be talking about, and I have not heard in Yerevan this time around. I think multilateralism has indeed failed, and it is a new global order that we're seeing. It's the plurilateralism that we are experiencing now and that we should be embracing is, for me, not a detour to multilateralism, but a response to its failure. For me, I think sitting here today, I think if we are not bold enough, if we are not strategic enough in embracing the new global world, we'll face again, as panelists have been talking about, the same challenges and the same failures in the world order, when we are now again have not learned from the experience of Armenia and Rwanda on genocide, when we're seeing genocide now that we are not talking about in this conference in Palestine. Let me just say three things quickly. For me, I think it's no news that South Africa is part of the G20. We are indeed hosting G20 this year. We are a serious player inside BRICS. We are a part of BRICS, and therefore it's been a beneficiary. I also think that in particular in South Africa, in the continent that I belong to, Africa Union also plays that important role. But we must always ask ourselves, and this is the question that I'm asked today, for what purpose? I think the purpose for me could be for pandemic preparedness, for climate change, for changing the global finance order, for inclusion. Again, as I was here in Yerevan last year, I spoke about something that we don't want to talk about. Again, here, gender, inclusivity. And I know that it's a world that is also wanting us not to talk about equity. I think it is also a world order that we need to prioritize peace, but not peace at its in the ways that we want to talk about it, peace for others and not for others, an anti-genocide peace that we are talking about. For South Africa, at least we want to also talk about an equitable technology governance space. Let me conclude by saying the following from a think tank perspective. South Africa has always been seen not as an innovation space, but rather a space where we do other things, expropriate and do other things. But I think for me, the plurilateralism offers us a space in South Africa and the continent, a world where we are seen as equal players, a world where there is indeed coalition building and collaboration, and indeed a world where we definitely want to see the institutionalization of science diplomacy. Again, thank you very much for the question and for being here.
Thank you very much, Professor Mosoetsa, and for raising some important issues, particularly in relation to gender. I think it gives us food for thought in terms of, if we do have a failing multilateral system, who are the biggest losers here? And that's perhaps a question I could do a whole nother round on this panel with, but I'm probably not going to get that luxury of time, because I do now need to ask Assistant Professor Keo Koga. Professor Koga, obviously Sarah's talked about BRICS, G20, we've talked about SCO, there's been a bit of canvassing of plurilaterals throughout this panel so far. I know your research focus is very much on regional institutions in the Indo-Pacific. I guess I want to ask you specifically then how you see plurilaterals working to provide consistency in that region. Do you think there is a possibility for institutional clash? I'm thinking there about ASEAN, and I'm thinking about the Quad, for example, that there could be others. Are we doing that overlaying too much, or are there distinct sort of lanes of cooperation?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this interesting panel, and I would like to also thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Armenia, and then the ORF for holding this important conference. So regarding to the question about the plurilateralism in the Pacific, I think it's been there for a long time. If you look around in the Pacific institutions, including the ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, SCO, and also the SARC and other institutions, they are there. And then always, when we look at that, there's tensions between the regional organizations and also regional organizations and then global institutions like the United Nations. The United Nations actually try to facilitate certain kind of liberal values to the local areas in the Pacific, which is not ready to take. So in that sense, I think the regional institution helps facilitating the kind of creating the bridge between the global institutions and also regional institutions, and that's what the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, actually did in the past. So obviously there is a clash, but then what I actually want to emphasize here is that those kind of relationships are pretty much evolutionary. When they actually talk to each other, when they actually coordinate policies, find out the area of cooperation in particularly the non-traditional security issues, social, cultural, or socio-economic development, they could actually have the area of cooperation. And this is what the ASEAN and then the Quad actually achieved. First, when the Quad, the 4 countries, the cooperative framework between the United States, India, Japan, and Australia had emerged, then ASEAN was kind of like anxious about it, because those are the major powers in the area. They are actually leading the international rules and norms, so that they consider, like ASEAN countries consider that they may get marginalized diplomatically and also the materially. So what happened was the ASEAN actually observed, and then through the certain kind of opinions and then also the suggestions to the Quad members, and then the Quad actually took it like into their agenda. So if you look at the agenda items of the Quad in the past couple of years, you could actually see several of the socio-cultural development items, and also the non-security, the traditional security items like humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, education, the infrastructure, etc., etc. So then the ASEAN actually accepted to some extent the Quad existence, and then even though they may not like reach the point where they could actually coordinate policies and then facilitate cooperation institutionally, they could actually communicate with each other and then try to be more kind of find out the division of labor between those kind of institutions. And then not only the Quad, but I think we could actually see this kind of phenomenon between the regional organizations. So now we actually see the ASEAN cooperating with the EU, ASEAN cooperating with the GCC, and then other regional organizations. So in that sense, yes, we could actually see the tensions and clash like at the beginning, but then probably like when we coordinate and then talk to each other, facilitating dialogue, that actually creates the more kind of clear idea what we can actually cooperate and then what we could actually achieve the stability in the region. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kei Koga. And I think we've had quite a good foray of some pessimism, some optimism in terms of what the future might look like for global cooperation. But I think a clear theme was from all of the panelists that the current multilateral system isn't working, has frayed and fragmented in terms of the times that we currently live in. I wanted to ask you, therefore, Deputy Minister Safarian, what's your response to what you've heard here in terms of that? We obviously know that the United States has really been one of the major architects of global multilateralism for the past 80 years. And yet with Trump's withdrawal from that stage now, are we seeing the era of multilateralism really being over?
Thank you, Lisa. I want to thank fellow panelists for their remarks, and particularly Mr. Rosendale for his inspiring remarks on my country, about my country. When Armenia was becoming independent, when it became independent in 91, we were strong believers in nation state. But then, over the course of these years, we have seen that we need, apart from bilateral arrangements, we do need multilateral platforms for regulating some issues, like, for example, the AI. I don't think that the world can be disconnected or fragmented in the time when we see artificial intelligence revolutionizing all aspects actually of our life. So, in my view, although, and I have to repeat myself, at this time maybe something is going to be better for a grouping than nothing, and that is plurilateralism. But in the long term, we are going to come back to some kind of arrangement that will involve most of the global and all of the countries, actually.
Thank you. Well, now's the chance to invite particularly some of our young fellows, if they have a question. I think there is a roving mic to provide you with. So could I start with the lady in the 5th row there? Yes. And then maybe we'll just take them as a group, and then they can be put. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Aisha Banerjee. I'm from India. Mr. Rosendale spoke about bilateralism and forging stronger relations. My question is related to that. It's on similar lines. In India, our conversation has now shifted to interest-based alliance or issue-based alliance, or what we call multilateralism. So I wanted to know your thoughts on that. Do you see it as a more realistic or, dare I say, effective framework for the future? Thank you.
I think just...
Hi there, my name's Rupa Huck. I'm a Member of Parliament from the UK, so I know Andrew Rossendale very well. My question was about aid cuts. I don't think I heard it from any of the panellists, but it's another, obviously, withdrawal from multilateralism. The US aid cut is well known. That's with immediate effect, I think, suspension of all operations. We've seen in Gaza the aid blockade for quite a long time. I think it's partially restricted, softened now. So my question was really, with this other dimension of the withdrawal from multilateralism, are we seeing government by focus group? Because presumably these things are being done because the general public thinks, why are we chucking our money away at these people? And I've seen from my own inbox, the British public are very sympathetic towards the Gazans and the aid cut there. So just a comment on aid. I understand that aid cuts across the Western world are fairly common now with the move towards defence spending. So just I wondered what the panellists thought of aid cuts.
Okay, we've got time for one more.
Hi, good morning. I'm Sarthak from New Delhi, and I'm presenting the young fellows here also. So my question is again to Mr. Rosendale. So given the recent UK-India FTA and UK's accession to the CPTPP, do you believe this could encourage India to consider joining the CPTPP, particularly as a strategic response to Trump tariffs? Thank you.
All right, thank you. We've literally down to the wire, so I think we'll take that one from the gentleman here. His hand was up first, and then we'll put them. We might start with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. As a young fellow from the Dominican Republic, I am increasingly convinced that our region's shared multilateral responses have not been enough. And in the case of Haiti, both the UN and CARICOM, we have seen that have failed to provide decisive action despite the urgency and proximity of the crisis. So my question is, what concrete mechanisms can plurilateral frameworks offer to fill this void? Are we talking about unilateral ways of relations, or this is the end of the multilateralism as well? Thank you.
Okay, so we have a bit of a foray there. I thought I might start with you, Andrew, if you'd like to respond.
Okay, well, thank you very much. There's a multitude of different questions, but I think it boils down to one simple answer, that, referring to what I said earlier, that every nation needs to consider what's in its own best interests. That doesn't mean you have to be selfish and ignore global issues or the needs of neighbouring countries, but without a nation state which is secure in its own constitution and its own boundaries, and is secure in a sense that they can make their own decisions in their own interests, then multilateralism is never going to work. Multilateralism will only work if countries feel strong enough to make agreements which are for the common good. And it's also not for multilateral organisations to dictate. What I think has happened across many of these organisations, the UN is a great example, the European Union is another good example, of how these organisations have become a law to themselves, and they have been infested by bureaucrats and people that have their own agendas over and above the interests of the component nation states. So I would say that, yes, it's important, as mentioned about India maybe joining the CPTPP. That's a matter for India to make its own decisions about what trading arrangements it wishes to make. But India must do what's in the interests of India, the same as Britain will now do, I hope, in what is in the interests of the United Kingdom. Now, Rupa mentioned about aid, and certainly the UK has slashed the money we're spending on aid, and the United States have effectively cancelled it. Whether that's going to be a long-term policy, I don't know. What I would say is this, is that for too long, I think that it's been taken for granted that countries will hand out large sums of money in aid, and this has gone to organisations, quangos and multinational organisations that spend money, and the people that elect us to office don't understand where that money's going and cannot see whether or not it's actually being spent to best effect. And in a world where we have to watch every penny we're spending now in terms of our own economic and financial situation, there is no political mandate, certainly in the United Kingdom, to continue spending vast sums of money on third world aid unless we can see there is a clear benefit not only to that country but also to the United Kingdom. So in general, I would say that yes, let's not give up on multilateral agreements and international cooperation. There's always going to be a role for that. But let's go back to actually focusing on making our own countries stronger. And if we do that, I think it will make for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I think we can all argue that political mandate may be one thing, but humanitarian mandate is definitely there when it comes to the need for aid right now in certain parts of the world. So on that, I would like to ask Minna Lind if you can respond.
Yes, thank you so much. I do believe that multilateralism is not yet on its deathbed, as has been said also at the United Nations. I think there's hope, and there is also a question how to make it better. Also, it relates to the aid issue. I think there are many questions on this, but I think also the reform of the UN, what is happening now at its 80th anniversary, is spot on. So just to make what we are doing better. But I will also quickly comment on the coalitions or these plurilateral ways, which I said before. We are all for this, more so if they are for something and not against something. So this is what we have done also in our foreign policy. And also, as the only member of the European Union on this panel, I would strongly like to defend it. I think also the fact that there is a queue outside the door of the European Union of the countries who are wanting to join it, I think proves that it has been a great invention. And also the aid part, as European Union has also understood that we have to step up in a world where some things are not working as well. So European Union has done that, and the numbers speak for themselves. So I will not take longer of this, maybe somebody else wants to comment, but this is all available. Thank you.
Thank you, Minna Lind. Look, in the interest of time, I wanted to end this panel on a positive note. I think we've had a lot of discussion about the multilateral system being very much now in a not, I don't want to say failing, but certainly not in a bright light, and all of the sorts of activities that have come in its wake and continue to. All of our panellists have given a really comprehensive view, varying views on all of that. So to end on a positive note, I want to ask each and every one of you, if you can tell me in one word, what to you does the future of global cooperation look like? Deputy Minister.
navigating together this unknown. Not in one word, but
The theme, perfect. Deputy Minister, was it?
Well, I'll answer in 2 words. First, what it does not look. So, and here during the panel, I was hearing several things. And first of all, for me, regional cooperation is not against international cooperation. This is part of it. And second, for me, it was interesting listening to the questions, but we still are asking questions, which is normal, and that we still are asking questions from perspective of our own interests. Let's say interests are important, but there have to be interest multilateralism to be strong together. I believe it is, but and again, national interest never is against international interest. It's just part of it.
Thank you. Andrew, future of global cooperation?
Well, national independence has to come first, but secondly, if you've got your national independence, you're free to cooperate globally, whether it's trade, whether it's cultural cooperation, military cooperation. You can do that, but you have to firstly have a strong, independent country that can make its own decisions in its own interests. Once you've got that, globally, you can bring countries together where there's something in common. But we can't all be the same. There isn't like one template for all countries to follow. There is not one prescription for a successful nation. Every country has to develop in its own way in an evolutionary fashion and not be dictated to by multilateral organizations that think they know best.
Sarah?
Sure, a lot has been said. You said one word, but yeah, there's
Everyone's struggling to give me one word.
Firstly, I think at some point we need to agree on the discussion on what we are now calling aid and its history and the political economy of what we're calling aid. For me, I think it is about global equality and global world peace. Thanks.
Thank you. Ami?
Well, thank you. I will respond from the angle of regional organization. In the circumstances where we see the multilateral structures, the ability of them to withstand crisis is decreasing, there is a necessity to strengthen the institutional capacity, which is very important, should be based on the real assessment of the situation in the ground. I agree with our colleague from UK. Less bureaucracy, more actions. I think this is the response. Thank you.
Minalina?
Thank you. So I think the answer was already in the question, cooperation, I would say, but I think the main thing is what it needs is political will, and I think that's what we are often lacking. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. Just quickly, I think the multilateralism is going to be more focused on the region. Obviously, the national strength is really important, but then I think in order to facilitate that, they have to actually have the cooperation with the neighboring countries. And then that actually regionally focused, the coordinated and also uncoordinated cooperative frameworks going to be proliferated. And then how we could actually deal with that actually depends on how we could actually negotiate with each other. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, and please thank all of our panellists. That's the end of our time. A big thank you to Deputy Minister Safarian for the Republic of Armenia hosting this really insightful dialogue, and for this particular panel, it was a pleasure to moderate all of you. So thank you very much.
pleasure is all mine.
In our panel discussion titled Upholding Justice, the Global Imperative of the Rule of Law. It's my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Sheila Pailan, international human rights lawyer and senior legal consultant, United Nations. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. I know it's the second day, but we are going to do our best to make this as fun and interesting a conversation for you all. This is really a hot topic. I mean, I'm not biased as an international lawyer to say that at all, but it really is a hot topic these days when we're seeing growing global instability, a crisis of accountability, and an alarming rise in authoritarian influence that really is testing the strength of international legal institutions. I have spent most of my career working for UN-backed international criminal tribunals, so it's no secret that I'm a firm believer in the value and the power of international law. But I have to say that in the last 4 to 5 years, especially which coincides with the amount of time I've been living in Armenia, I have never been asked the question more often, does international law really matter? And does human rights, do they really matter? Does it even work? Which is why I'm even more excited to be the moderator on this panel today, because I don't have to answer the question for once. I can pose these questions to my panelists and let them carry the burden. But anyway, the consistent answer I would always give in basic questions like that is a very obvious yes. Of course they matter, of course they work. But to be fair, the cynicism is not unfounded. There is an important body of scholarship highlighting a growing trend of authoritarianism in international law, where powerful regimes are increasingly shaping, or rather weaponizing, international law to serve their own interests. And those interests are not always morally or ethically sound. This will often involve, for example, you'll see this with an overemphasis on the principle of sovereignty, regime protection, national security, typically framed as self-defense at the expense of core international principles, with the laws of war tending to be the most egregiously thrown out the window. And we can really now see nowadays how powerful states are pushing back hard against international accountability mechanisms. Countries like Russia using the veto power to wage an illegal war of aggression with impunity, or even the United States imposing sanctions on the International Criminal Court for issuing arrest warrants. But it's the smaller, more vulnerable states that really rely on these very mechanisms to protect their sovereignty and their security. Armenia has turned to the International Court of Justice and has joined the International Criminal Court in efforts to peacefully resolve and peacefully address serious grievances with some of its neighbors. Countries like Vanuatu and other small, tiny microstates are also going to platforms like the International Court of Justice to lead global efforts on climate change because their very existence depends on somehow preventing rising sea levels from erasing them and wiping them off the face of the earth. For these countries, and there are so many more, the international rule of law it's not abstract, it's not a nebulous, cloudy thing. It's an actual, literal lifeline of defense, and it levels the playing field in a world that is tilting towards, dangerously towards the might is right principle prevailing. So the rule of law offers protection. It is not just about post-conflict justice. It's about preemptive credibility. It's about deterrence. It's about a framework in which sovereignty can be asserted without force. And that is a world I want to live in. But how does that work in practice? That's what we're here to talk about today. And for this, we are joined by 4 absolutely exceptional individuals whose work represents different facets of the global architecture of international law, from national prosecution to transnational coordination and international institutional administration to strategic foreign policy. I could not dream of having a better composition for this discussion than the panel that we have right here, right now. So let's begin. I should stop talking. I just love becoming a co-panelist, but I'm not supposed to do that. My first question is for Madam Prosecutor General. Can I just say I love saying that because she is the first Prosecutor General of Armenia, female. She's the first female Prosecutor General of Armenia in an institution that is over a century old. So we're very honored to have you with us today, and it is my great honor to ask the first question to you today. In light of Armenia's recent ratification of the Rome Statute and its increasing engagement with international legal institutions, how do you see the role of international justice, not just in addressing past violations, but in fortifying and strengthening Armenia's sovereignty and deterring future aggression through the legal system?
Thank you. Dear participants of the Yerevan dialogue, dear Madam Chair of the thematic session, my dear Sheila, dear all, indeed, ratification of Rome Statute is a legal milestone. It is a clear expression of Armenia's commitment to the principles of accountability, justice, and the rule of law, both domestically and globally. It is also a sovereign decision taken in the light of evolving security and legal landscape facing. International justice, through mechanisms like International Criminal Court, plays a vital role not only in addressing past atrocities, as you mentioned in your introduction, Sheila, but in actively shaping a more just and secure future. It's imperative to reinforce sovereignty also through comprehensive legal mechanisms and institutions. For Armenia, this engagement strengthens institutional resilience and reinforces the message and even manifestation that impunity is no longer an option for anyone and anywhere. A modern state's sovereignty is not only protected by its borders and armies. It used to, but now it's the main challenge. And it also needed to strengthen the legal mechanisms and institutions. Legal tools shape legal strategy, create security architecture to proactively guard against and respond to evolving threats. As Prosecutor General, and you mentioned first female Prosecutor General, I see it as our duty to ensure that Armenia does not only participate in international justice. I want the Prosecution Office be involved in active shaping and upholding the standards, integrating international principles into our prosecutorial practice, into our legal reforms and institutional culture. I want to mention that since ratification of Rome Statute, it was indeed, and I will repeat, a milestone in legal reform of Armenia. The Prosecutor General's Office undertook several steps. We want to ensure that we are in compliance of the process. So we ensure the compliance of the framework, the legal framework. Then we started bilateral meetings and dialogues with our colleagues from ICC. We continue the capacity buildings activities, and we enhance for sure the bilateral cooperation with the prosecutor's office. And the evidence of my mention is our participation in Eurojust and active dialogue with ICC, which we continue now within the scope of Yerevan dialogue. I want to mention that our engagement with international justice is not just about addressing the past. It's about safeguarding the future. It is a manifestation that Armenia stands with a community of nations that believes justice is the most powerful shield for peace, security, and sovereignty. Dear participants of Yerevan dialogue, prosecution and prosecutors are at the forefront of the fight for justice, despite the significant challenges they are facing while fulfilling their obligations. It's not about Armenia only. It's an world and also including European partners challenge. Public prosecutors navigate complex legal landscapes and issues, ensuring that prosecution is conducted in line with international standards. The commitment of the Prosecution Office of Armenia is vital and instrumental for preserving public confidence in law, justice, and which is more important, the upholding of justice. So, as you mentioned, Shayla, I was following your word that justice is not an abstract. It's not an abstract aspiration. It's a discipline. It's duty and direction. The law is compass and accountability is the path that ensure we do not lose our way. So Rome Statute and the broader framework of international justice remind us that legality must be the language through which the world addresses harm, resolves conflicts, and protects human dignity. That's the path of Armenian Prosecutor's Office as well. So let us be reminded that justice must not only be done. It's the main challenge of prosecution offices worldwide. It must be seen to be done, and seen boldly, independently, and fairly. This is the burden and the honor of prosecutors. So prosecutors, as the guardians of legality, continue to ensure that the force of law always prevails over the law of force. And I don't want to move on with these issues. I want to give more space for questions. I suppose we are going to have questions and answers, and I stand ready to address any questions you may have concerning the path of prosecutor's office within the scope of new challenges. I mean, both negative challenges and positive challenges as well. So I will stop here to give more floor to my distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so, excuse me. Thank you so much, Madam Prosecutor General. I dream of the day where I see Armenian prosecutors in the ICC courtroom, judges as well. I'm going to get the registrar. No, I'm kidding. We are extremely honored to also have the registrar of the International Criminal Court here with us today. Also, I mean, when I was a student, I wouldn't even be able to dream of being in the presence of this kind of esteemed colleagues, but I get to now probe questions from you. Mr. Zavala-Hilaire, as registrar of the ICC, you are obviously deeply familiar with the operational demands of ensuring that justice is accessible and effective. What steps are the court and its states parties taking, and what further steps should they be taking to ensure that small and medium-sized states can turn to the ICC as a means of protecting their rights and preventing violations of international law?
Well, first of all, allow me to thank you and, of course, thank the distinguished panelists and the organizers, the government of Armenia. It is truly a privilege to join you all here at the Yerevan Dialogue as part of this panel on the global imperative of the rule of law. To reflect on what I think is one of the defining challenges of our time, which is the resilience of international law at the international legal order in the face of growing political strain. Now, the Rome Statute is an achievement indeed of precisely small and medium democracies around the world, who see the International Criminal Court as a rules-based mechanism to protect themselves and their citizens from the worst imaginable crimes. However, today we face a paradox. On the one hand, international law has never been more developed, has never been more codified, has never been more accessible. Yet, on the other hand, we're witnessing what I think is a disturbing erosion in its observance. But we should be cautious not to mistake what appears to be visible cracks in the system for its failure. International law is under pressure, yes, but that is precisely when its necessity becomes clearest. For small and medium-sized states, those without armies capable of deterrence or economies that are large enough to shape global policy, the rule of law is not just a matter of justice, it is a matter of survival. Institutions like the ICC were built precisely to uphold the idea that no matter how powerful, no one is above the law. And no matter how small, no state is beneath the protection of the law. Now, I'm addressing you today at a time when, and I hope we can agree, that the role of the ICC in upholding the rule of law is perhaps more critical than ever before. But it's also being challenged and threatened more than ever before. And we find ourselves at a crossroads. I mean, the ICC is under pressure, not only from those who would seek to discredit its investigations or sanction its officials, but from what I see as a broader erosion of respect for the rule of law. I believe the stakes are high, not just for the ICC, infrastructure that underpins peace and security in the world. Multilateralism was once the glue of the post-war cooperation and is now under stress. Institutions that were built on the ideal of multilateralism are being tested. At the same time, the desire for accountability, especially in the wake of atrocities some were witnessing, is not waning, it is intensifying. And the ICC stands at the confluence of both shifts that are happening right now. As the court's reach and its efforts continue to grow, as we continue to make strides in fulfilling our mission, who does resistance from those who seek to undermine international justice. Such resistance has included, as you were mentioning before, the implementation of sanctions against court officials by one state, the issuance of arrest warrants by another state against judges and the prosecutor of the court, as well as a highly disruptive and sophisticated cyber attack that targeted our institutional infrastructure a little over a year ago. I see the ICC as being, in many ways, the last major institution created during the multilateral zeitgeist of the 1990s. Conceived not by great powers, but by small and medium-sized states, who precisely placed their faith in the law. We must not allow a return to pre-World War II logic, a time when aggression went unchecked, atrocities went unpunished, and the power eclipsed the principles and the imperative of peace. Rather, we need to protect the international legal order. The legal order that we have built over decades. And in fact, we need to continue to strengthen it. And the way forward, I believe, is twofold. First, we must resist fatalism. The erosion of respect for law is not irreversible. Many states have continued cooperating with the ICC, even when it's under pressure. The ICC is very much alive today and it's functioning, and states continue to resort to the court. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, Libya accepted the jurisdiction of the court under Article 12.3 of the Rome Statute. Our states parties and those states who cooperate with the court understand that standing with international law strengthens their own sovereignty. This is, in fact, a big opportunity that is hidden in this crisis, and is the opportunity to renew and strengthen international law on the basis of more equal engagement from all states around the world, who are indeed more engaged than ever with international law and international judicial institutions, as we're seeing in the case of Armenia. Second, we must continue investing in legal institutions, nationally and internationally, including special courts and tribunals, not only by funding them, of course, but by defending them, defending their independence, strengthening their procedures, and ensuring that they remain transparent, fair, and accessible. Because the legitimacy and credibility of global justice must be earned every day. And in that regard, I think it's important to recognize that despite the current challenges, states continue to place their faith in the importance and necessity of the ICC and its mandate, as demonstrated by Armenia joining and becoming our 124th state party in 2023, as well as Ukraine, our 125th state party in 2024. This, in my view, reflects that the commitment to international rule of law, multilateralism, is there and is not dormant, but very much present in the minds of decision makers and societies alike. The guardrails of rules-based order, which protect smaller and medium-sized states, remain as essential as ever before. Just to finish, I want to highlight, international law is not a relic. It is a living framework. And while it may at times seem in danger, it is far from extinct, because so many continue to believe in its promise and are ready to work to uphold it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to start clapping, but we'll save that for that. I'm going to leave today with resist fatalism burned into my brain. I love that. It's a perfect answer to that question I keep getting. Does it really work? Does it even matter? It's true. We have to resist fatalism. I think seems a little bit more realistic than saying just stay positive. I like that. Thank you so much. My next question is for Mr. Shkrlets. I said that correctly because, yes. Eurojust. Eurojust plays a crucial role in judicial cooperation across EU member states, but also beyond. And Armenia last year became the 14th non-EU country to formalize cooperation with Eurojust. What does that mean in practice? What will that mean in practice, rather? And how can Eurojust's model of cross-border coordination and partner engagement be strengthened or replicated to support justice efforts in geopolitically vulnerable regions outside the EU framework, like right here in the South Caucasus?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator Sheila, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking for inviting Eurojust to this extremely important discussion today. The topic which we are tackling is of paramount importance for all of us, for our societies, because the rule of law is what our societies are based on. And when we speak about ICC, core international crime on one hand, and the national legislation and nationally defined conventional crime, if I may say so, we are actually speaking about the same elements, about the elements of the same rule of law architecture. And Eurojust is the glue that binds together the elements at national level, the prosecutors, the investigators who are at national level fighting crime and trying to tackle transborder crime. Perhaps before I go deeper in, just in 3 sentences, I describe what Eurojust is and what is that we do. Because this is something that is also within the EU often shrouded with a little bit of mystery. outside of the practitioners area. The name suggests that we are a judicial cooperation agency for the EU. What that means is actually what the name says, because the criminal justice systems within the EU are very much national. So in order to tackle trans-border crime, prosecutors from different countries, from different jurisdictions, need to work together under the rules of judicial cooperation, international judicial cooperation. And this is not always easy. You can imagine different languages, different legal systems, and so on. So this is where we come in as an agency, as a bridge builder. Our mandate is to actually support operational investigations and bring those practitioners, those prosecutors who are investigating crime, to actually come together physically, sit together and discuss crimes, discuss cases, discuss evidence available, exchange evidence, work hand in glove as partners. The idea started 20 years ago for the EU, and it has developed to quite impressive scale, I would say, because only last year we supported more than 13,000 such cases. So this is the core of our business. And I'm extremely happy to be today here in Armenia with my friend, Prosecutor General, and other colleagues from the Prosecution Service of Armenia, because there has been impressive progress in your country in respect of cooperation with us and with other jurisdictions. Because when we speak about cooperation with Eurojust, we are not really talking about cooperation with one European entity, but we are talking about the cooperation with all 27 member states' prosecution services and beyond. Because at Eurojust, the model of bringing practitioners together is something that is applicable across the globe. And this is precisely what we are doing with our outreach toward partners in non-EU member states. And I'm proud to say that presently we have 39 countries permanently represented by liaison prosecutors and prosecutors in The Hague. So that means that a family of 39 people meet together regularly. We have developed collegial ties, and fighting crime in those 39 countries is actually happening at the quality level which is totally comparable to the level which we have achieved within the EU. And I'm happy to say that Armenia, as it was already mentioned by our moderator, is the newest member of this family with an international agreement signed. And that's quite an achievement, because I think in recent 4 or 5 years there's only been 2 signed agreements with Eurojust due to the complexity of the bureaucratic process, I may say, within the EU. But achievement is definitely there, and we are looking forward to soon welcome liaison prosecutor in our premises in The Hague, because that would bring totally new dimension of options for cooperation for prosecutors in Armenia. Now, in the world that we live, and we have heard about the challenges which are presented to the rule of law in form of pressures against judicial bodies, even transnational, international judicial bodies such as ICC, it is important to keep in mind that attacks on such institutions are not only attacks against the courts or specific tribunals. They are actually attacks against the basis of on what our systems are based on. Because the rule of law in our democratic societies is the cornerstone of everything. Without rule of law, there is no predictability, there is no legal certainty. And if there is no legal certainty, there is no economic prospect. And we have seen many times in the past that if the legal system and the rule of law disintegrates and decays, so do the societies. Sometimes this decay takes longer, sometimes it happens quickly, but it happens inevitably. This is why we need to keep in mind that preserving and protecting the rule of law is imperative that we all have to follow. And this is why we, as a European Union, for sure need to defend institutions such as ICC, but not only ICC, also the recently announced new tribunal for the crime of aggression, and all the other judicial bodies within our respective countries. And to conclude, perhaps trying to frame the answer to your question, what does that joining Eurojust and closer cooperation in this agency would mean for Armenia and Armenian prosecutors? Let me phrase it this way. By joining Eurojust, you're actually joining the international community of professionals. of professional judicial officials. This is not a political organization. It is very much hands-on prosecutorial and judicial organization. And by joining this community, also the prosecution service of Armenia will become stronger and will have better chance of fighting crime in Armenia and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much as well. I hope that, I hope that for anybody who may have been questioning it in the audience before or later when you watch a recording of this, this is what the building blocks look like. When we ratify the Rome Statute or join Eurojust, and then the question comes to me, well, we did that, and what does that bring us? What has that brought us? They're all part of the building blocks. They build upon each other. Justice takes time. But without these integral parts coming together, and I'm sure that Eurojust and the ICC work together as well. So this is all part of the fabric, the threads of the fabric that together create that robust resilience that allow small countries like Armenia to defend themselves better and also promote the rule of law and the peaceful resolutions of disputes. So it's wonderful for me to be able to hear about it and have you all together at the same time. But now we're going to move to a foreign policy perspective, which was always in my blind spot until I moved to Armenia. And for that we have Dr. O'Kale to enlighten us. Your work bridges legal analysis with strategic policy making in often volatile political environments. And you are also, I'm going to say it, a ninja, because you have personally endured and overcome unjust prosecution yourself. Trial in absentia, sentenced to 5 years, but then ultimately acquitted for your work on democracy and human rights. That's incredible. Your perspective is very, very interesting to me. How do you see the role of a major power, like for example, the United States, in strengthening the international rule of law? How do we get them involved? And how can it be better integrated into foreign policy so that justice and accountability isn't just, well, they become, tools of prevention and peace building and not just this afterthought, post-conflict remedy type response?
Thank you so much, Sheila, for the nice introduction, and thank you so much for having me and for joining this fantastic panel. And it gives me a lot of comfort to know that these individuals are in the places that they are in. I mean, it's really assuring, because it doesn't just take command of the work that they're doing. It takes courage, and it takes integrity, and it takes a lot to speak, truth to power. And I'm now going to talk to you about the people who spoil the work of all those great individuals. Well, let me start. I work on foreign policy, and my organization, the Center for International Policy, it's half a century old, and with the mission of supporting peace and security and promoting progressive foreign policy around the world. 50 years ago, it was founded by diplomats who were against the war in Vietnam, and they were part of the movement in the United States against the war in Vietnam. We think about security in a broader sense, that it's not just about arms and wars, it's more about the root causes of insecurity and what instigates that, and injustice is certainly one of those biggest threats to peace and security. Actually, my organization is 50 years old this year, and also in April, it was the anniversary of the 50 years since the end of the war in Vietnam. Unfortunately, there are many signs right now that we're going backwards, and there are things that have been achieved that are regressing. That doesn't mean, again, it's like we fall into fatalism, but it's also important to be aware what went wrong, what works and what doesn't work. I was also feeling very optimistic and had a lot of comfort when I heard the opening remarks of the Armenian Prime Minister yesterday, when he talked about the peace agreement that they're drafting with Azerbaijan and underscored that if ratified, it will be grounded in strong legal force in both Armenia and Azerbaijan. Because this is the guarantor of the durable peace. And for a long time right now, the reason why peace has been given a bad name and diplomacy is seen as a weak tool, because the elements that makes them strong are sometimes and more often than not are just dismissed in a way. And those elements are like clear and simple. In order to have a durable peace, you have to have accountability, reparation, and a legal framework that would garner and guard the implementation and enforcement of all this. But what would it take to have this legal framework and an effective functional international law, that international law becomes really effective and not just a suggestion, as a lot of people may be seeing right now? Well, it first, takes the fair laws, it takes strong institutions, and it takes individuals who are independent, protected, and have their own integrity also secured. And these three things are under threat right now. And there are several threats, and I'm just gonna mention the main three core threats to the functionality of rule of law and the effectiveness of it that we very much need. As you all said, I agree with everything you said. It's not limited to the ICC. It's not limited to issues of war crimes. It is well beyond that. Well, the first threat is selective justice and the inconsistency in applying the rule of law and international law all over the world. You cannot call the same war crimes or the same acts that happen in a certain country as genocide, but call it in other countries self-defense. A lot of people think of that as, and name it as this is hypocrisy of the international, leadership. I think hypocrisy is a euphemism of weaponizing the law and euphemism for enabling impunity. And this is not a side issue. When you do that, when you selectively apply the law, when you obviously don't treat what happens in each country, whether we're talking about Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, Cyprus, Armenia, these are the issues that, is not just specified, because when you do it selectively, you undermine the law as an effective tool. And when you undermine the international law, particularly as an effective tool, you become in a weaker position. And again, if you think about all the panels of yesterday, every single issue that was mentioned had to touch upon this. Even the panel that was about trade and transportation ended up referring to the issues that are happening in Gaza, because you cannot ignore it, because it relates to that. And the second threat is basically, I think Osvaldo mentioned this, is the threat to the institutions themselves. When you issue sanctions for members of the ICC because you don't like their ruling, you are not just harming the ICC, you are harming yourself. And there is a very important distinction, because I heard this a lot, and I think it was even in the description of the panel, is this the small states and the big states. I tend not to think that way. There are strong states and weak states. And also strong states are not the states that have bigger armies. They're strong states that have stronger democratic foundations, rule of law and fair representation of the people. And we've seen this. I can give you like tons of examples, but you know this, that it is, might does not make right, all the time at least. So, and if you think that this would only happen in the threats to the small states, just think about 3 countries, Canada, Denmark, and Mexico. I mean, and what's common about them. And when you think about that these countries, even as a rhetorical threat, are subject to this, something that is like unheard of, it is really underscoring again the issue of the importance of the rule of law that is founded in strong institutions, because this is the guarantor that doesn't change when leadership changes in those countries. And the third one, and the most important, that I think the biggest threat to not justice, but peace and security globally, is corruption. Because corruption is what actually buys impunity. The increased power of the oligarch and the increased, allowance and enabling of corruption is a threat. When President Trump in February decided to suspend by an executive order the Anti-Corruption Act in the FCPA, and 3 countries acted immediately, UK, France, and Switzerland, and they formed an alliance and a task force that is like an anti-corruption task force. This is an example to show that understanding, first of all, these 3 countries were able to do that and had the strength to do something like that because they are strong domestically. They have their own strong internal laws. And because you cannot safeguard international law when your own domestic laws are shaky and are not really on solid ground. So looking at that and seeing is like those countries acting really quickly and fast is a good example of what we need to do, and instead of admiring the problem is actually finding solutions to it. And I think it was just like, it tells you also the capability that a lot of countries have in order to do something when they want to do something. And I think it's just, I would disagree with the description of like the conferences like navigating the unknown, because the people here, the leaders, the policymakers, they are not the ones who are navigating the unknowns. The ones who are navigating the unknowns are the civilians in Gaza who don't know if they're going to live tomorrow or not. Are the people in Sudan who are not sure are they going to be killed or die by starvation or by bombing. People who are navigating the unknown are like Dr. Hajar, who is the doctor in Gaza who found out that her children were bombed and her house were bombed and her children was like burned alive. This is what it means to navigate the unknown, the helplessness. But the people here, it is simple. As the foreign minister of Armenia said yesterday when he first saw, he said, I'm going to say it simply because it's simple. We have tools, we are able to stop it. We have laws that govern and regulate the use of arms, regulate the ways of like war, and we have the choice to stop it. And it's not helplessness, it's not unknown, we know, but it's a matter of not knowing. It's not about knowing, it's having the political will to do it. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That you really speak to the activist in me, and I'm really glad that you also speak truth to power on very important issues. We have 6 minutes, but I have to ask one question. I can't help myself, and I will let all panelists answer it if they would like, but I'll start with you, Nancy, because it piggybacks off of what you just said. Small states versus, I guess, big states, not the right way of looking at it, better to look at it by strong states, weak states, right? I agree. If I think of, like, how can we convince these major powers to do the right thing, okay? For example, the situation in Rwanda, DRC. Rwanda is a small state, but it's much more powerful and has invaded DRC and is committing all kinds. It's just, the Great Lakes region is an absolute mess, and the Trump administration has gotten involved, but in a transactional sort of way. They are getting involved in peace mediation and basically trying to reinstill the law, law and order, but with an expectation of return. Is this okay? Like, do you think that maybe that's a solution to reach the moral ground of enforcing the rule of law, but there has to be something in it for the power? Or are we doing it wrong if we do? Do you see what my question is?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, yeah. I have an ethical dilemma with it, but at the same time, if it's a means to the right end, is it okay? What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, thank you for this excellent question. And just to be fair and clear, the transactional approach to foreign policy did not just start with Trump. I mean, it has been mostly the way of the United States, and the approach particularly towards countries, I mean, it's like what we call, like, for lack of a better word, weaker countries. And I think it's just like there are issues that are problematic with that, is like in the understanding that the military solution is the solution. That, again, like, might makes right. But the biggest problem of like this approach to foreign policy, it makes all the right calculations sometimes, but it factors out the people. It is government to government, is thinking about, is like the leadership and mostly the current leadership, without making dues like what would happen is this particular leadership goes away. And that what happens eventually if there's no justice, if there's no peace. And we've seen it in many places. We've seen what happened in Syria and other places, is these regimes look very powerful. They look in control, but they're super fragile, and their fragility surprises us every single time, although, I mean, we talk about that. So yes, I mean, it's like, is it important to have and engage with those leaders? Yes, it is, but it has to be through transitional justice. It is not possible to guarantee durable peace when you think about past atrocities and violences as water under the bridge. It doesn't work. Thank you.
I mean, the question is not strictly relevant to each of your positions, but if you have any insights on the question, not necessarily just in that case, but in navigating cooperation with states and maybe conversations about, well, what's in it for me if I join? I don't know, if you want to touch upon it, but I'm not going to insist.
Yes, absolutely, I would like to, because it's, I think it touches again on a core issue. And as I said before, the rule of law is the cornerstone for everything. And it's not only a principle, because EU, as imperfect as it may be, there is something that I would like to highlight, is that with Lisbon Treaty, the rule of law is actually become a value of the European Union, a value which is a basis on which the EU is composed. So it is more than just a principle, it's a value. And when we speak about cooperation in cases that Eurojust is handling, I think the national authorities are usually motivated to provide cooperation because they see their own interest in it, if I may say so. Although I firmly believe that rule of law is not a commodity, should not be commodity, should not be traded, because it's a principle, it's a value, it should be applied. But also in real life, there are all kinds of limitations. In international judicial cooperation, anybody who has been involved in that knows that there are, of course, limits to it. And I will not try to fool you by saying that Eurojust is a magician, is a magic formula which solves all the problems. It's not. We build bridges. We make connection between the requesting country and executing country, or the countries who conduct parallel investigations. We make bridges between the people who are conducting those investigations. But we do not have any power on them. We cannot command or tell national authorities what to do or what not to do. So when we provide and we promise support to our colleagues from our national authorities. What we can guarantee is the effort, not the result, because the result is on the execution country. But there is an important element which is built in the system, and I think this is the beauty of it. It's the peer pressure, because being a member of this community, if my authorities are not responsive to judicial requests, I have to explain that to my colleagues. And it's not easy. And for a certain time, I can use my credit, but after a while, this credit will run out, and I will have to go back home, and I will have to address the issue with home authorities at adequate level. If that means that I have to address it at the highest possible level, at the Prosecutor General's level, I will do so. And this is what all the colleagues who are members of Eurojust will do. So this is the development which we have seen in the EU in the last 20 years, a little bit more than 20 years. And it may not look like much, but in practice it does a bigger difference. And as I said before, if we manage to tackle this transborder crime, which is borderless, and let's be honest, the organized crime groups are operating without any limits, without any hindrance, without any problems connected to jurisdictions, if we, which are linked by and limited by all those limitations, wish to tackle that effectively, no state can do that on its own. We need to work together. We need to work together as one. And this is the tools we have, and we should use them, and I think they do make a difference. Thanks.
Well, I'm going to selectively answer your question, because I don't want to, let's say, it would be a little bit outside the scope of what I can say. I think that when leadership has a moral component, it's stronger. And when leadership is transactional, it may expose double standards that may weaken that moral component. And there is a lot of strength in the soft power that moral leadership gives to a state, a nation, a politician. I also think that sometimes some positions may amount to shooting yourself in the foot. Because all states, at some point, have an interest in rule of law and accountability of some kind. And when you delegitimize the institutions that are dealing with accountability and with justice, then when is your turn to ask for that accountability and that justice? Or when is the turn to ask for accountability and justice for other situations? Then those will also be delegitimized. The ICC is operating in a number of situations that touch the broad political spectrum of world politics today. And the kind of actions that are being taken against the court are not only affecting its ability to work in one situation, are affecting its ability to function properly in all of its situations. And that is detrimental, even for those powerful states that want to pursue specific transactional, let's say, even aims. So I would hope that there is, I think, a turn towards a more moral leadership in the world. Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to add some points to what my colleagues, distinguished colleagues, has already told. One practical issue I would like to mention that we have already started our communication and collaboration with Eurojust, actually, and we are in the process, the final process of sending the liaison prosecutor to Eurojust office, and it will be the end of the year that we will finalize the process and will be at the office. But the bricks, as you mentioned, Sheila, are there. We are already in daily communication with our colleagues and on very specific international criminal acts. I mean transnational crimes, money laundering and financial crimes and etc. And it's very strong tie and bonds between Armenia and the Eurojust. And the second issue I would like to stress, it's the morality component. As my colleagues already mentioned, it's the essence, but I will add the integrity part. Because when we're talking about morality, for example, in judiciary, it is the matter of integrity. It's the behavior when no one is watching. And corruption issues, we were discussing with my colleagues yesterday, is a modern way of slavery, as I used to say to my students at Yerevan State University when we were discussing the integrity issues and corruption issues. And impunity, both domestically and globally, it blooms within the scope of corruption. So if we want to improve the situation, I mean, within the judiciary, for example, in our country, we need to start fighting the corruption. So maybe there is no very strong linkage between when we're talking about international criminal codes and, for example, the corruption issues and integrity issues within the country. But it's the ground of trust. And the trust is the essence for prosecutor's office to collaborate, and the trust is the ground and platform for the ICC to deal with the country. So it's two main points I would like to add to what my colleagues have already said. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your patience. And I do apologize that we won't be able to take Q&A after all. We're here to answer any questions you have anyway. Sorry, I know. This was my dream panel, but my dream of having Q&A didn't come true. Something had to give. I'm sorry. But thank you all so much. I really loved this conversation, and I'm really honored that I was able to moderate this amazing panel. Thank you all.
I just want everyone of us to applaud Samir for making Yerevan Dialogue last time happen. I would more evaluate about the Yerevan Dialogue, Samir, if you let me. The inaugural Yerevan Dialogue session last year, I'm most proud of the foundation we together laid for this inclusive, forward-looking and constructive discussions on peace and cooperation. Bringing together diverse voices, diplomats, policymakers, civil society leaders and experts in an atmosphere of open dialogue was a significant milestone for us and Armenia. Despite complex geopolitical challenges, we fostered meaningful exchanges on critical issues, from conflict resolution to economic connectivity, climate change, green technologies, AI, demonstrating that dialogue is not just possible but essential. This year, our ambition was bigger: to deepen the impact of Yerevan Dialogue by translating ideas into practical steps. So I hope to see stronger partnerships, and we already saw that, formed with a focus on concrete initiatives. A lot of bilateral meetings were happening in the sidelines of this Yerevan Dialogue, and I really consider this year's Yerevan Dialogue a success. Additionally, we aim that our platform becomes more inclusive. Of course, Armenians without ambitions are not Armenians. With stronger participation of youth. This year, we have introduced the Yerevan Dialogue Young Fellows format that aims to build an international network of young leaders and foster dialogue on contemporary issues. This program is designed for young professionals from governments, foreign affairs ministries, international organizations, as well as academy and expert community. It is open for students and early career professionals with strong interest in diplomacy, international relations, economy or related fields. Ultimately, the Yerevan Dialogue has the potential to become an inclusive platform for continuing the global conversations on pressing issues and trust building. This year, I want to see it take bold steps towards our joint vision. Samir Can, in this uncertain geopolitical climate, how should we re-examine the role of Europe in the South Caucasus?
How should we be examining the role of Europe? Look, for us, Europe is a lifeline. In many ways, I have said this in many platforms. India and the larger European continent are joined at the hips. We have very strong human links because we have millions that are present in this continent, that are contributing to the economic growth of this continent. But of course, our security concerns, our climate concerns, our concerns around the rules-based order are actually coming from the same origins. We follow very similar practices on both of these different geographies, right? So for me, a stable Europe is a net positive for India, and I hope that Europe senses and seizes this moment and becomes a far more sovereign actor, which is more propositional, which is more intentional, and which is able to shape the future of economic growth and the political and security architecture, rather than lean on and rely on just what the big two have to suggest. I think Europe needs its own voice, and I have a feeling Europe is now finding that voice. This is one of the most important moments for Europe. But David, from just to flip it around, now, you know, last year the Prime Minister opened this conference with his connectivity vision, the vision for peace. This year he has, in pretty much a rock star manner, you know, with in a Steve Jobs kind of a way, he has given a presentation as well. But having done this for 2 years, how are you seeing trade, connectivity, and economic partnerships transform, in some sense, the regional dynamics? Have you seen some significant change since last year?
Samir, trade and connectivity for us are not just economic factors. They are powerful incentives for maintaining peace. Being based on shared interests, they transform zero-sum games into opportunities for mutual gain and cooperation. In the South Caucasus, in our region, where historical tensions persisted through centuries, ages, millennia, reopening transport routes. Why I say reopening? Because these transport routes have historically been there. So we are now, our strategy is now to reopen these routes. Easing cross-border commerce, integrating energy and digital infrastructure may be key factors for reducing isolation, building interdependencies, and foster people-to-people contacts and dialogue. Crossroads of peace is more than logistics. It's about rewriting the region's future. Free movement of goods and integrated infrastructures effectively increase the cost of conflicts, and the incentives for cooperation grow. For lasting stability, the infrastructure connectivity should be accompanied by mutual trust, transparent customs agreement, joint ventures, and business ties to ensure these links into the political system. Samir, what is the role of technology in reshaping relations within different geographies? How should we examine this region through a geotech lens?
You know, I recently, this is a pitch for my book, please read the book. It's a book called Geotechnography. I've actually examined this in great detail, and David, I have a copy for you. But for me...
I was going to ask.
I'm carrying a copy for you and you'll have it. But for me, there are three big questions that are up for grabs. How has technology changed the relationship between countries? And of course, there are trading issues, there are security questions, and there are, of course, productivity and labor and mobility questions as well. So that's one big format that is really being rewritten today, and none of us are certain on what that format is going to look like. How are big technology states and small states that depend on technology states going to create a new partnership that is fair, equal, inclusive, and equitable? And I think we are seeing a certain hegemonic tendencies in technology sector, but we are also seeing now the democratization of technology that is actually allowing some of the very nimble, agile, small states like Armenia to compete with the much bigger geographies. A very interesting dynamic, and that's unfolding. The second relationship is what is the relationship between businesses and governments and businesses and the people. And again, technology is so personal today. It is in all our lives. It controls what we eat, who we date, where we travel, what we wear. In many ways, it's a very personal space that private sector today, in many ways, caters towards. There is going to be some changes between how we respond to the companies who offer technology services versus those who give us goods and traditional products. So I think that's the second big change that is underway. But finally, I think technology is changing our relationship with ourselves, who we are. You know, our histories are no longer about just the land we live in. Our histories are shaped by the Instagram stories from far and wide. Sometimes we are more religious than maybe our previous generation was. Sometimes we are more linguistic than our neighbors are. Sometimes we are more ideological in certain other ways. So technology is changing humankind profoundly. This is the time for deeper collaboration and conversations on this. And Yerevan Dialogue is actually hosting some very important conversations on AI and being human in this very, very transitional phase. So technology is deep. David, no easy answer, no good answer, but a positive future will be discovered through collaboration and conversations. David, let me ask you something about Yerevan now. Next year, you're going to be hosting two big conferences, right? You have the COP17, and you have the EU leaders meeting here as well, community meeting here as well. Thousands are going to come to Armenia. So best of luck with the infrastructure and everything else you need to accommodate them. But I want to really ask about something which is less known about Armenia. We know about your technology, we know about your cognac, but we don't know about the significant attachment to conservation and how Armenia is privileging this in its policy. And I want you to speak on that a little, on your relationship with conservation efforts, and a glimpse into next year. What are we trying to do at that big conference?
You couldn't ask a more difficult question. Thank you. Samir, Armenia's rich biodiversity and fragile ecosystems make conservation not just an environmental imperative, but a moral and economic one. As a nation disproportionately impacted by climate change, water scarcity, to extreme weather conditions, natural disasters, we had one last year. For us, it's a matter of urgency to advance climate change adaptation and mitigation, biodiversity protection, and address land degradation. I would mention 3 points that can anchor a just energy transition. Leveraging renewable energy potential with 330 days of sunshine annually in Armenia, and on top wind resources, Armenia can accelerate solar wind investments not just for energy security, but to create green jobs and reduce CO2 emissions. Protecting ecosystems as infrastructure, reforestation, watershed management, and land restoration programs must be treated with the same urgency as roads or utilities. Initiatives like the Greenbelt Reforestation Project can combat soil corrosion while sequestering carbon. And the third one, equity-centered policies. A just transition means ensuring that vulnerable communities, especially those near mining sites or energy hubs, benefit from new industries. This requires inclusive planning, reskilling programs, and strict enforcement of environmental safeguards. Armenia's small size is an advantage here. We can pilot innovative models like circular economies in waste management or agri-tech for water conservation that inspire larger nations. By aligning conservation with economic resilience, we prove that environmental justice isn't a trade-off, but the foundation of sustainable development and society's resilience and well-being. But I want to ask you a question about Ryzenia. This year we were there to mark the 10th anniversary of Ryzenia. Has the unraveling of traditional multilateral institutions underscored the value of high-level dialogues in modern times?
I think the easy answer is yes. Multilateralism today is witnessing a recession. We are seeing more geopolitics and less multilateralism. And in times where you have more politics and less conversations, you have to aid conversations. And dialogue such as the Yerevan dialogue, for example, is a vital instrument for the global community to have conversations that are nearly impossible to conduct in a more formal track one process. Because countries have used in many ways what I call cancel culture in geopolitics as well. We actually cancel countries and we refuse to have conversations without any recognition of the fact that we are hurting ourselves. I think geopolitics is today equally about self-harm as it is about cancel culture. It's a dangerous space. So Yerevan dialogue, Ryzenia dialogue, which we celebrated 10 years of, and thank you for your partnership. Armenia has been on the journey for 5 of those years. So you've been a partner, country partner, your private sector and leaders have participated for 5 years of those. Yerevan dialogue, and Ryzenia dialogue and many others around the world are today trying to fill the void that a failing and a flailing multilateral architecture deserves, needs, requires. A UN is not able to reinvent itself in this century. Till such time that it does, we need to continue to have these, in many ways, quasi-institutions that support it. But I think there is a second reason as well why these dialogues are important. Because most of the multilateral architecture was designed around 2 truths which no longer exist. One, that you have 1 or 2 superpowers who would underwrite the success of the multilateral system. In a multipolar world, that assumption is failing. And 2, that the nation state is the only voice that needs to come out of a geography. You have a multi-stakeholder community that is deeply invested in climate that you just mentioned. Just transitions is a people's issue, right? You need participation of communities. You need participation of private sector. You need participation of banks and financial institutions. And they need avenues where they can participate in the shaping of the future architecture. So the Yerevan dialogue, the Raisina dialogue are actually places where states, private sector and people come together to build a future and hopefully shape a future that is fairer, more equitable and more inclusive than the past. Congratulations on Yerevan dialogue, David. Let me just leave one final thought for you as we close. What are you going to make us do next year?
I think we will have a bigger party next year for sure. But we will hopefully speak about how Armenia and the region achieved peace and stability, and go forward to do some lessons learned, talk more about the issues that are not only of our concern, but also our friends and partners, and have more beautiful and fantastic guests as well. Thank you, Samir.
Thank you, David, ladies and gentlemen. David. Thank you.
We are going to start our discussion very shortly. Thank you. It is a pleasure to welcome you here today with us. It's an honor to present our moderator, Mr. Sanjoy Joshi, who is the chairman of Observer Research Foundation, India, and he will be leading our panel discussion today on reversing climate change and biodiversity loss, balancing ecology and economy. So, Mr. Joshi, the stage is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back at the Yerevan Dialogue again this year and have this audience in front of us. We have the subject, climate change, biodiversity loss, and ecology, economy. Actually, if you start looking at it, climate change, maintaining biodiversity, and continuing to grow. It's these three things, and all three of them have a deep tension between them. Ordinarily, it would be thought that climate change, protecting climate change and the environment would be part of the same bag of tricks, but they're not. There are tensions between them too. So you have a typical three-body problem where these three things are pulling in very, very different directions. And our panel has a very difficult task of trying to sort out some of the tensions which prevail in this area. We have a great panel today. First of all, there's Pedro Francisco Delotto, President, Consultative Commission on Industrial Change of the European Economic and Social Committee. They are burdened with the task of shaping industrial policy, agricultural policy, the way forward. So you're going to have some really tough questions to answer, Pedro. Tamara Lagorashvili, Director, Central and Eastern Europe, Clean Air Task Force. Then we have Irina Gapelnian, Senior Climate Change Specialist, the World Bank Group, Armenia. And last but not the least, Alice Eporne, Senior Advisor to the Operations Director, Agence Française de Développement, France. So time is short. We will straight away plunge into the questions. See, all of you would agree that this is no longer the world that came together to agree to the Paris Accord 10 years ago. A lot of things have shifted since then. The Paris Accord, in fact, seems to have been written for another age in a different time. And paradoxically, when the whole question of sustainability began in the 1980s with the Brundtland Report, and the sustainability discourse came into discussions, the question of ecology, environment, climate, economy, these questions were supposed to be third world problems. They were not supposed to be first world problems. In the 21st century, the whole game has shifted. And geopolitics, the way geopolitics has moved, the way trade has moved, trade wars have moved, those third world problems have also become first world problems. And the whole questions which are arising out of these debates equally afflict everyone in the world equally, and there is even less and less desire to work together on this. So these are the central tensions which we are facing. Now, the European Green Deal, which was aimed at making the Eurobloc carbon neutral by 2050, has seen massive resistance from stakeholders. Farmers have come out in the streets in Paris and all kinds of European capitals. They have been protesting. They're unhappy over the implementation of GEC standards. These were all third world problems. These were not first world problems. Then you have issues related to crop rotation, whether there's no agreement, and there's a lot of resistance on the regulations which have come up in place. In many ways, they remind us of the farmer-herder conflicts which used to arise in the Sahel and sub-Saharan Africa. So ecology, yes, has become an issue right across the world. So Peter, I'll start with you. First of all, what strategies or innovations can help balance economic interests with environmental resilience? That is a big question. I'm asking this question also because there seems to be a conflict between the imperatives of preserving Europe's economic competitiveness and meeting biodiversity goals, a straight conflict. And you, as president of the ESC's industrial change body, you know the kind of pushback you had against the water resilience initiative, which you fathered in many ways, which you headed, and things have had to be pushed back, have had to be pulled back. So that is a central question which I'm asking you. How does the EU navigate these tensions to bring agriculture and industry together on the same page to move forward, or it's not going to move forward?
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me thank the organizers for having me here in this beloved country. I love this country. It's not the first time. I've been here several times and always enjoying also this amazing, inspiring event. I'm so grateful for your easy question. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. But let me say a few things from a general point of view. In Europe, we had a wave where, with the Green Deal, the approach, the environmental approach, facing the global climate change, sustainability, and not just from an environmental point of view, but also from a social point of view, was at the core. We realized in a few years that we need to combine sustainability and competitiveness in all sectors. Competitiveness, it means not experiencing any closure of any agriculture company, any industrial company, any other actor affected by this process. But because we need to be, I belong to the business community, and I know that I belong from this one, and I need to, by contract, to be pragmatic. But by mission, we need to be visionary. As part of the policy making in Europe, we thought that all the packages we created, the Zero Pollution Act, the Clean Industrial Deal, and now, thank you for recalling, I'm very proud, because we launched the EU Blue Deal, a comprehensive policy for water in Europe, bringing to the water resilience strategy, we thought to have an holistic approach, not just a partial and specifically and from an environmental point of view approach. An holistic approach, it means how to combine businesses, employees, environmentalists, consumers, policymakers at the same level in order to achieve this result. This is the question, how to create in thinking in a very completely different way, thinking out of the box, new instruments, new tools, new approaches to be more resilient, more sustainable, but at the same time, absolutely more competitive. The clean tech value chain is a clear example on that. We can be competitive, and allow me to say, and I conclude this first round by saying it's not a constraint. It's an amazing opportunity to be more sustainable. As businesses, in water, adopting in agriculture a more water efficient system. Industry. In industries, we can incentivize them to adopt new technologies, to be more water recycling, water saving, and as consumers, as citizens. We can do. It's possible, but we need to adopt a completely different approach, a really comprehensive and adopting an holistic perspective.
Thank you, Pedro. I'll come back to you on the question of resilience later, but let me now move on to Tamara. I'd like you to look at the problem from the more regional lens, because look at from the perspective of Central Europe and Eastern Europe. And yesterday at that excellent panel we had, on the question of climate change and the issues about green transitions, we heard how geopolitical fragmentation is pitting clean energy transition against challenges to countries' growth and security. The question of competitiveness, which Petro just mentioned, there are large issues there. And much of this resistance is not just denial. It's not coming from the climate denial side, the climate change denial people. Much of it is to do with a question of livelihoods, a fear of job losses, or what is going to happen to certain sectors of the industry which have been the pillars of economic growth in many, many cases. So in such a situation, naturally, are governments in Central and Eastern Europe cautious about the Green Deal and where this is headed?
Thank you very much. And thanks to the Armenian government, as Georgian, I am so grateful for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia and the whole government for putting this very important region really on the spotlight, because this has been like the long overdue of really having conversation about the South Caucasus role in the bigger energy growth and transition conversation. A little bit of reflection to your earlier question about the first world versus second world problems. I think because everything is just so intertwined, there is more of the question how the developed world is enabling rather than streamlining the post-colonial strategies in the developing world. So when we have the foreign direct investment, and when we have the different kind of aids going into the developing world, how does it empowers actually the local communities rather than creates benefits for the donors themselves? And I think just very quickly, for instance, in Africa, there are like 900 million people without access to clean cooking and 600 million without clean electricity. So these are all, in this very fragmented world, I think that we need to think more about kind of the synergies, especially when the traditional allies are shifting away, and understanding how Europe actually can play more of a leader role in forging those international partnerships that benefits to the developing world as well as it benefits Europe. Quickly about industry, I think it has been already mentioned quite nicely how in the phase of the Ukraine's ongoing, Russia's ongoing war, there has been a huge shift about the energy transition, where the clean energy supply should have been coming from, and I think that industry has been the primary victim with the skyrocketing energy prices. Obviously, the industry has been bleeding in Central and Eastern Europe, but also Germany, for instance, as the powerhouse of the European Union. And there has been a lot of initiatives like Clean Industrial Deal, Action Plan for Affordable Energy, and I would like to mention two things. One is the importance of the clean fuels, because this is going to be the cornerstone of industrial transformation. And just to put everything into the perspective, because when we talk about, for instance, the biofuels or sustainable aviation fuels, so-called SAF, European Union has very clear targets, for instance, on SAF that we want to have 6% already in 2030 and some 70% in 2050. And we have to think, what does it mean for the equality? Aviation is one of the most unequal pieces of the industry. We still have 80% of the world population who is not able to travel, so understanding through the mechanism how it becomes more equitable is very important. But also let's think about through the land systems. Having these very high targets on the biofuels or the sustainable aviation fuels has a lot of impact on the lands and agricultural lands, right? Currently, Europe consumes some 1.6 million barrels per day of jet fuels. Now, to transform these into clean fuels by whatever dates, this will require 500 million of hectares of land. This is far more than Europe's arable land. So if you look and think about the grant system and systems perspective about land, this is kind of impossible, right? Without jeopardizing some other competing needs for the land use, agriculture, clean infrastructure deployment, and so on. So this needs to be taken into account. And the second one is obviously hard to abate industries, right? Which are not so hard to abate anymore because of the electrification. But there's going to be a huge, huge need for technologies like carbon capture and storage, which is basically capturing the CO2 at the source point and then is compressing and storing it in the geological formations. Why I'm saying that? Because all this is going to shape Europe's future and also its international partnerships. When we talk about zero carbon fuels, a lot of times we have the palm trees that are basically transforming the sunlight into the oil, and most of them is coming from Malaysia and the Southeast Asian countries. So understanding the sustainability and biodiversity and what our targets mean for the developing world is incredibly important. And the last bit about the Central and Eastern Europe, obviously this is an increasingly important part of Europe, kind of the new joiners. They have celebrated 20 years of accession, but still the new joiners compared to the rest of Europe. The limited fiscal space, the aging infrastructure, limited interconnectivity in terms of transmission lines, limited workforce, the Soviet legacy in terms of industrial dependence is still there. So the countries in the region really have a Herculean task, especially in the lens of just transition, understanding how we can decarbonize, but also how we can make sure that this transition is equitable for coal workers, but also for the heavy industry that is present in the region. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. You put your finger on the question of biodiversity and different approaches to biodiversity. And this is the right point to bring Irina into the debate. Irina, you are part of the World Bank. Now, how do you handle the economics of biodiversity and natural capital into country-level strategies when we start looking at the national level? Now, how is it possible to integrate these? And then the second part of this is, then how do small countries, we've talked about large countries, Central Europe, East Europe, but how do small countries like Armenia handle and navigate these challenges?
Thank you so much, Sanjay, and it's a pleasure to be at such a distinguished panel. And of course, words of gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia for organizing this important dialogue and seconding my fellow panelists here, Tamara. I think it's long overdue to have focus on this important region, important from the perspective of connectivity, important from the perspective of biodiversity. And bear with me as I make my point stronger with some of the arguments that I'll bring forward today. So, as most of you know, the World Bank is one of the largest international financial institutions, and we're known as the lending arm of the United Nations body. But we're also a knowledge bank. If you look at the amount of knowledge products that we deliver globally to our clients, it's really another big hat that we carry proudly. So a lot of analytics goes into understanding how we can most effectively lend to our clients so every dollar goes a long way. And increasingly, we have done a lot of retrospection as well, trying to understand who we are as an institution, because 80 years ago when the World Bank was founded, our main mandate was ending poverty. It continues to be as such. But as we have retrospectively analyzed how we lend and how effectively we lend to the clients, we also realized that to make developmental gains count as we lend money to our clients, we need to take one very important aspect into consideration, and that's the environment. The natural capital gives us services that amount, according to World Bank analytics, to $125 trillion annually. That's a big price tag to ignore. So as a result of this retrospection, what we did is we redefined our mandate. Today, the World Bank is known not only as an institution that fights poverty, the World Bank is also known as an institution that fights poverty on a livable planet. Because if we do not factor in the environmental sustainability, the developmental gains will be very marginal. So with that, we have been working with our clients on developing important analytical database and knowledge products based on which we make these decisions. Because today, unfortunately, as we see, the economic and industrial models are still externalizing the environmental costs. And we have to work very hard and at accelerated pace in order to be able to factor in these important aspects, because as I mentioned, nature gives us services that amount to 125 trillion annually. That's a big amount of money that we cannot ignore. Now, bringing it to the analytics that we provide for all of our clients, including small countries like Armenia, we provide this major knowledge product, a flagship report, which is called CCDR. It stands for Country Climate and Development Report, where we look at the projections of how we can pair the developmental goals and climate considerations, ensuring that we capitalize on developmental goals, taking into consideration that the planet is warming, taking into consideration that for small countries like Armenia, mitigation and adaptation are equally important, if not more important on the adaptation side, because if we take Armenia, for example, Armenia's emissions in the global inventory constitute only 0.02%. Right? So when we talk to the Armenian government and try to convince to mitigate, although the argument is easy to make as well, because it's in Armenia's national interest to transition to renewables to make their energy independence more stable. So with that, let me respond also to the second part of the question on the biodiversity and why it's important for small countries. We've done a seminal report which is called The Changing Wealth of Nations in 2021, and it showed that in specifically developing countries, low-income countries, nature accounts for 1/3 of the nation's wealth. And in case of Armenia, it's certainly not an exception. You know, when you come to a Caucasus region, the last thing you think is biodiversity. But in fact, Georgia, Armenia, neighboring Turkey, Iran, all of these countries are in what's called a biodiversity hotspot. There are only 36 of these hotspots globally, and we're in one of them. We're sharing the Caucasian and Irano-Anatolian plateau. A small country of Armenia has 4 climatic zones that contributes to high density of biodiversity, both flora and fauna. So here you will find an exceptional wealth, natural wealth that we need to capitalize on. And it's not surprising that this country is hosting a biodiversity conference of parties next year. Now, why this is important for small and developing countries? Well, as I said, because nature accounts for a significant portion of our wealth. In case of Armenia, Georgia, and other neighboring countries, sustainability of our natural resources is critical for us to continue developing. For example, tourism is one significant sector where we need to ensure that sustainability is factoring because nature-based tourism is growing and the countries in our region can offer significant destinations in terms of bird watching. You know, the other day we were doing another discussion and I had a presentation, and one of the photos that I brought forward was photos of flamingos, and people in the audience didn't believe me that flamingos actually fly into our region. They stop over, they eat. We have great food, as you probably have already witnessed yourselves. So yeah, it's a connectivity hotspot, not only biodiversity hotspot, and also building on the earlier comment that Deputy Minister said about opening connectivity. Serendipitously, Armenia and the Caucasus region is also on these incredible crossroads of biodiversity. And I think next year it will be a seminal year for the dialogue, global dialogue on biodiversity, because where we stood on climate dialogue pre-Paris Agreement in 2015, we're standing at that precipice today on biodiversity dialogue, because we need to agree on financing. The financing needs for biodiversity are upwards of 700 billion annually. For climate, it's 1.3 billion. And we need to have quantifiable goals. And I certainly hope that not only Armenian government, but governments that support this important agenda will throw in their resources to ensure that we are able to negotiate ahead of COP17 and agree on these important aspects. Thank you.
Lise, I think Irina has given you the perfect opening with those closing statements, the issue of finance. And I'd like you to look at all the three pillars of this finance issue: climate finance, biodiversity finance, and development finance. And I'd begun by saying that there are tensions between all three of them. And these streams many times do not flow together. Many times they're bottlenecks. Many times they become adversarial to each other. And on top of it all, we're talking 10 years after the Paris Agreement, where the whole question of finance, including climate finance, has become hostage to geopolitics. Soon after the inauguration of President Trump, not even after his inauguration, before the inauguration of President Trump, in fact, from in December itself, before he'd even taken oath of office, you saw major financial institutions in the US and Canada actually opt out of a lot of alliances like the Climate Action Network, Net Zero Banking Alliance, and so on and so forth. And then corporates started following in their wake. So first of all, have climate and biodiversity finance become hostage to geopolitical ambitions? Alice, I think you just switch your mic on.
With a dramatic sound. I can start now. Thank you. How climate finance is a node stage of geopolitics? It's not an easy question, but I guess it's the elephant in the room we need to address, because as you said, 10 years after the Paris Agreement, I think we live now in a very different world, especially on the international relations stage. And I think that in 2015, we reached a consensus that we thought was actually made and not questioned. And we thought at the time that not we made it, because obviously we need to acknowledge the fact that the financial gap was still here. But at the time we thought that financing climate change will not, the fight against climate change will not be questioned. And right now it is. It is because we have many major actors that are withdrawing, as you said, from this fight, it was addressed under the universalist approach and the functionalist approach, the fact that it was a universal topic and a technicist topic that was made. Right now we are living in a world where transactionalist approach, interest approach are actually the main issues, and we are beginning to address the return of the real politic. And I guess here that some actors are trying to create an opposition between the fight against climate change and interest, which is something to me that is not relevant for the reason that, as in the panel you said, this is about human security and this is about common interest. And solidarity is not a word that should be withdrawn from the geopolitical stage. And when we talk about the human security related to climate change and to biodiversity loss, we're talking about 3.5 billion people, if we take the IPCC report, and 4.5 billion people if we take the World Bank report that was released last year. So what can we do? Because the geopolitization of climate finance has actually real impact on the financial gap that we are addressing in our field. There is two results of this geopolitization. The first is the fragmentation of the finance, because we have many actors that are providing finance, and I would say smaller tickets, average tickets that are given, while we need to coordinate and actually to leverage more finance together. And when I say together, it's of course development finance, public finance, private finance. We can't do it alone. And I think that, as Samir said earlier, this is also community and bank issues. And what we tried to do at AFD is actually to create a coalition of public development banks We gathered more than 500 banks and IFIs in order to address this fragmentation topic, and also to address the methodology topic of climate finance and biodiversity loss. Because what we see is that when we talk about this topic and we work in various countries, we have taxonomy issues, because some countries actually do not work with the same taxonomy. And the international organization here are trying to bridge that gap. For example, in India, we worked with Climate Bond Initiative, and we created a taxonomy in the meantime to help the finance provider target the projects that could help leverage more finance for adaptation and for biodiversity loss. And I think these coalitions are not another framework or another dialogue that will bring more conversation. This is key here to fight this geopolitization and the externalities that it brings. Because, as we said, this is a solidarity issue. This is a universalist approach. Even if we need to have more transactionalist method, we need to address this geopolitics changes in our field.
So I'll start the second round from the other side. Alisa, I'll take up where you left off. How do you feel now as part of the agency AFD, and you're handling the issues of finance? How do you feel? You talked about coalitions of finance, coalitions of banks. Are you optimistic about them? What has been your experience looking at the present? Are they coming together, or are there challenges there?
I think we really come together. The Finance in Common Summit is happening for the 6th year in a row. It started actually before COVID, and we really came together in order to learn from each other on the methodology approach, and also to co-finance projects together. Because I'm talking from a donor's perspective, but I think we should also take it from the counterparts' perspective and our partners' perspective, because if we fragment our finance, it's even more difficult for small countries, for example, to integrate and implement the finance that is provided. I'm working, for example, in the 6 countries like Papua New Guinea and Vanuatu, and they tell us all the time that we need to coordinate beforehand. Because when we come and talk to the Ministry of Climate Finance, and they have so many things to do, and they are facing HR issues, it's our duty and our responsibility actually to work beforehand to provide this finance accordingly. So this is something that we do. And also we launched a platform on a national basis that is called the Greening the Financial System. And in this platform, we do partner with donors, but also with private actors, such as insurance, pension funds, banks, public and private banks, in order to work on methodology, and again to target the projects that could be relevant for the adaptation strategies of the countries. And also we do work with the banks in order to green their strategy and to help them assessing also the risk that they have on their portfolio. Because one trigger that we can have here, it's the economic one. If we talk to the banks and we say that actually you have transition risk regarding climate change, then it can also allow us to start another conversation that could multiply and also improve the way we implement adaptation finance and biodiversity loss.
Irina, from your experience, and just sticking to the same question, from your experience in the World Bank, what are the instruments? Are there innovative instruments that are being thought of which can give this push forward from apex bodies, the multilateral development institutions? Is there a future for blended finance? Where are we headed?
Thank you. Look, let me divide my answer into 2 parts, because I think whereas there are definitely innovations as we're moving forward and progressing as a society, there's also age-old knowledge that we need to revisit as we're trying to face the challenges of biodiversity loss and warming of the planet. So on the innovation side, absolutely. In terms of financing, the World Bank authored 2 seminal pieces last year on debt for development swaps. It's it's common knowledge throughout the developing world that the fiscal space is very constrained in countries across the global south. It's not only across Africa and Asia, but also in Eastern Europe, in our part of the world. So how do we make that fiscal space to invest into critical aspects of conservation and climate mitigation and adaptation? And one of the solutions and innovative keys is debt for development swaps. Now, this innovation has been in place for quite some time. As we know, we do have delegates also from Seychelles here, and Seychelles have been one of those countries that had undertaken debt for environment swap. But debt for climate swap is looking at more targeted, more focused, more tailored swaps, bilateral swaps with of public debt between countries. And what is the positive aspect in this is that it's a win-win scenario. On the one hand, the country that has a constrained fiscal space is able to mobilize climate finance or mitigation, adaptation, resilience finance for the projects that it needs to invest in. And on the other hand, the country that's lending or re-lending the money or forgiving the credit against the swap is meeting its own NDC commitments, the commitments under its nationally determined contributions with the Paris Agreement. So in that respect, it's a win-win scenario, and a number of countries are now looking into. More importantly, countries like Germany has committed on the state level, on the government level, to unlock this very important key or solutions, and they have started these debt for climate swaps with a number of countries in North Africa. Now, on the age-old knowledge, sometimes we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to we need to look back at how we did it before. And for example, among the knowledge products that I mentioned that the World Bank provides to its clients is the Country Climate and Development Report. As part of these reports, we also look into landscape restoration opportunities. And when we did this assessment for Armenia, there are so many very low-cost interventions that Armenia can do to capitalize on its investments, to capitalize on the return on investment, whether we're talking about croplands, grazelands, grasslands, forest lands, and of course wetlands. And the ratio that we received was 1 to 4. For example, for croplands, we received 1 to 6. That is, the return on investment is 1 to 6, for example, in croplands. Why? Because countries like Armenia with very, let me call it, bad legacy of unsustainable Soviet agricultural practices needs to tweak it a little bit and, for example, adopt crop rotation, widely adopt drip irrigation. All of these low-cost interventions can result in significant gains, and according to our calculations with croplands, it's 1 to 6, sorry. With forest lands, it's 1 to 4. So these are the age-old things that we can, again, invest in without necessarily reinventing. So in summary, I think as we look forward to more innovation in financing, in finding that money which is there, but figuring out the mechanisms to unlock these for conservation and prevention of biodiversity laws and resilience, investing in resilience. At the same time, we need to look into what we have done before that worked and do it at scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. Tamara, I'll stick on the subject of what Irina mentioned, which is constrained fiscal space. And again, looking at Central Europe, Eastern Europe perspective, yes, there's a constrained fiscal space. Then when you start looking at the various instruments available, from carbon pricing, and renewable subsidies to coal phase-out programs, the various policy tools which can drive a clean energy transition. But each comes with trade-offs. There are political costs to it, there are economic trade-offs. Now, in your view, which policy instruments, from your perspective, have been most effective and can be most effective in driving the energy transition forward?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think several points to mention, kind of to start at high level. I think in Europe, we used to have this kind of feeling, especially when in the US, the Inflation Reduction Act came out. It's like the fundamental piece which was giving a lot of tax credits and production tax credits as well to the clean technologies, and is now under jeopardy in the new administration that, oh my God, they are just having so much more money than we do. And we did a lot of calculation at my organization, and we saw that in grand scheme of things, it's not really the case. Europe does have money. It's really about understanding how the different funding schemes, you have the Modernization Fund, Cohesion Fund, Recovery and Resilience, Innovation Fund, and so on. So understanding, which I think member states, especially with limited public administration, find it very difficult to navigate, but also sometimes the way they are designed is not necessarily helping the clean techs to get from the R&D to the demonstration to the full commercialization. So understanding how those schemes are stacking up each other to make sure that when there is R&D and there's a lot of patents happening in Europe, they does not get then outside because of the lack of clarity what is the next level of the funding streams is incredibly important. Of course, now the big challenge in the face of this new geopolitical reality where US is threatening to withdraw from NATO and basically is leaving Europe to defend for itself. We have now the multi-annual financial framework negotiations starting in July. So there's going to be a lot of competing demands on the defense and the climate. So while the people on the panel and in the room might not want to see the climate backsliding, there will be some compromise and trade-offs because, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, because we have Russia next to us, so physical security is the main kind of the driver of all the conversations going forward. Now, when it comes to the limited fiscal space, as the non-profit organization, we are advising the government to look at not a single project bankability, but really at systemic bankability, because especially in the Central and Eastern Europe, the level and the scope of the transition that is really requires scaling up and going to this end kind of the deployment in a very limited amount of time. So we are really looking and also encouraging the policymakers in the region to look at the systems level rather than the isolated, right? So for instance, we're always encouraging them to look at these 6 conventional risks that every clean energy developer is looking at, right? It's like the financial regulation risk, the policy risk, infrastructure risk, revenue risk, commercialization risk, reputational risk, and understanding where does this clean technology, the given one, is really standing. Does it have the revenue source? Where does, on the technology readiness level, does it stand? What is the public perception look like? Is there enough workforce to deliver on the clean project, etc.? And then, of course, another very important piece for any kind of climate or biodiversity project is understanding who will chip in. We know very well that there's a limited sovereign fiscal space, so private capital has to come in. However, also understanding where on the investor side, what is their ticket size, what is their risk appetite, what is their repayment appetite is very important, right? So we know, for instance, venture capitals, they have high risk profile, but they are also having limited ticket size compared to the institutional investors like, for instance, hedge funds or the pension funds or others who have like more patience, but obviously are more risk averse. So understanding that a bit of systems perspective, which sometimes policymakers don't have, really helps them understanding what are the trade-offs and how they can utilize the limited money they have at their disposal in a most pragmatic way.
Pedro, my last question to you. Everyone's mentioned resilience. You also mentioned resilience. My question is that there are costs to resilience. That is one problem. Second problem is that in a situation where each country is thinking for itself, each nation thinks for itself, one country's efforts at resilience militate and actually become another country's risks. For example, the IRA. IRA is an instrument which attracts investments, which may attract finance from certain areas and suck them out from certain other countries. So, what in the larger policy framework of the EU, what is being thought about on some of these issues?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this really crucial question. Because we are experiencing in Europe a moment where it seems that alone we can do something. Not all, but something. I think is totally misleading. Not wrong, but misleading. All these processes, sustainability, I would say competitiveness, mobilizing in an appropriate way capitals that are not in our pockets. We have not enough money to do everything. Also in Europe, the most, I would say, comparable to US, in Europe we have savings, profits, but not in our pockets. This is one of the results of the huge mistake we did some 2 decades ago when we missed to create the financial and banking system, the European banking system, and we cannot maintain since then our savings and profits, a huge amount of money we create every day in Europe, mobilizing in an appropriate way. But you are right. When we have global challenges, just in jointly we could face and we could act in an appropriate and effective way. Sometimes we are thinking that some larger European countries could manage these processes alone, but it's not the case. It's not the case in infrastructure, it's not the case in defense, it's not the case in sustainability transition, it's not the case when we have to pay, not the price, but the cost of the adjustment in the short and maybe in the midterm. The cost of the adjustment could be managed, can be managed, if we adopt appropriate policy and appropriate measures at continental level, I would say, in order to have a more competitive companies and more sustainable companies. A better way to face new challenges we have. You mentioned, of course, this is the core of our discussion, the global climate change. Water, for example, the water issue we are experiencing, and not just in Southern Europe. Across Europe we have the water issue everywhere, from Poland to Cyprus, from Spain and Portugal to Poland, everywhere. But if we have to think how to finance in a different way infrastructure solutions, we need to mobilize billions of euros in a different way. But we have to think that we have to be effective, not efficient. Because we have to remember also that we have roughly 10 million of Europeans not allowed to access to clean water in Europe in 2025. In 2025, we have some developed regions losing up to 60% of their water, clean water, from the system. So all these kind of challenges needed to be managed jointly, all together. Alone, we could be perceived doing something, but totally not effective, not efficient, and not, I would say, wise enough for that.
Well, I was hoping to actually leave some time for audience questions, but we are running out of time. So instead of asking the audience to raise questions, I'll just raise one question for the audience. and ask them to respond yes or no to it. And the question is very simple. Just raise your hands if you say yes to it, keep it down if you say no to it, okay? Now, listening to all the panelists which we have had. Now, is the larger question which we actually need to talk about maybe next year is our current agro-industrial model really compatible with ecological sustainability? Or is a deeper rethink required of how we are headed and what we are going to do? Do you agree with that or you don't agree with that? Those who agree can raise their hands. How many think the current model is absolutely right? So it seems the consensus is that the way forward is with what we have. So thank you. Thank you so much, all of you, for having been part of this discussion. I really enjoyed having this conversation. You people were brilliant. Please join me in giving them a big hand. I would not have been able to answer these questions.
Excellencies, dear guests, now we are ready to begin our panel discussion titled Smart, Nimble and Agile, Foreign Policy for a Fractured World Order. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Mr. Zbigniew Pisarski, founder and president, Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation, Poland. Dear moderator, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we shall begin. So let me invite to the stage our honorable guest, Mr. Filip Ivanovich, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs of Montenegro, who is a leading voice in Montenegro's Euro-Atlantic engagement and key architect of its regional diplomacy. Pleasure to have you, sir. I would like to invite Mr. Peter Szijjártó, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade from Hungary, who is known for his outspoken approach to foreign policy amidst a shifting European landscape. Peter, great to have you. Let me invite Ruben Rubinian, Vice President of the National Assembly of Armenia, who plays a central role in shaping Armenia's parliamentary diplomacy and foreign policy outreach. Great to have you with us. Actually, he speaks Polish, so I maybe will ask a question to him in Polish. So. Polish language is not easy, it's really an achievement. Let me invite to the podium also Charles Flanagan, Ireland's former Minister for Foreign Affairs and Justice, who brings decades of experience navigating EU diplomacy, transatlantic ties and legal reforms. Great to have you with us. And last but not least, Sachin Pilot, prominent Indian politician and member of the Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, who combines legislative leadership with a forward-looking vision for India's role in global affairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, since we have not that much time, in fact, and I believe we have not only interesting subject, but we have very prominent guests with us in the panel, so I will try to limit our statements, and I would like to focus more on questions. So I will try to direct them individually, and if there will be a need and time, I will also open the floor for the public. So please have some questions ready, but I cannot promise there will be a time for them to be asked. So maybe let me start with the first question that I would like to ask our colleague from Montenegro. Montenegro has long walked on the line between Euro-Atlantic integration and regional pressures from larger powers in this fragmented world. And what can small NATO members like Montenegro afford strategic ambiguity? Is it possible, or is clear alignment a safer bet for you?
Well, thanks first of all for a rather poetic introduction, and I'm grateful for that. Indeed, the small countries like Montenegro need to think about a key word that you have also mentioned, navigating. And this is also one of the words that are in the title of this year's Yerevan dialogue. So in order to be successful and in order to achieve prosperity for your country and for your people, you always need to bear in mind your own, of course, interests, but also the interests of the others, especially of those that are close to you. I very often say, and I'm not the author of the phrase, but I often say geography is destiny. So you cannot escape your region, you cannot escape those that are the closest ones to you. But very often, just like in personal relations, sometimes you have most problems with the people that are closest to you, even if they are your family members. But it's important to learn how to live together. And you know, you have mentioned our region. It did have quite a lot of turmoil throughout history and even in the last 30 years. So we are still recovering from this kind of turmoil in our region, but I think that we are managing. And what I have been very happy what I'm happy to convey is that, for example, recently we got the new growth plan from the European Union that refers to the whole region of Western Balkans. And we have summits of Western Balkan countries with our guests from Brussels, even also from the United States. And I'm happy to say that at these summits, the leaders of our Western Balkan countries, they actually talk only about cooperation. And they talk only about how we can use these funds from the new growth plan in order to make our countries individually better, but also to improve the regional cooperation. So it's important that this kind of discussions are held and they are not hijacked by some sort of a political or national particular agenda. So we are managing, we are doing it, but of course we are still not there. Many countries in the world have different kinds of challenges, but as a country that is, as I said, small, and it's even in its ethnic composition has quite a lot to share with all the neighbors around us, we really need to be very careful on how we position ourselves. We try to do it, but we also try to keep the best possible relations with all the neighbors because those are the closest ones that we have. Sometimes it's not easy, but...
Philip, if I may, since you are new to NATO relatively, and we are in Armenia and our colleagues are listening, they want to have some lessons from your experience, and we all know some stories of some hybrid attacks that your country suffered over the last decade, probably originated from authoritarian countries. And Armenia, being on the crossroad, might face some challenges as well. Do you have some recommendations for that?
Well, again, geography is destiny, and it's not the same for us in the heart of the Mediterranean, in the heart of Europe, in Western Balkans, and for countries in this region. So you need to take care about your individual needs and about the, of course, character of your surroundings. Indeed, we did have, for example, 3 years ago, we had a cyber attack on our administration. With the help of our NATO allies and partner countries, we managed to recover from this. So this was one very concrete and pragmatic proof of how important it is to build relations with your NATO allies and with partner countries. I cannot give recommendations to other countries, but we have also had meetings with the Armenian Minister of Foreign Affairs, and we promised any kind of help and support and share of experience that might Armenia need from us, and we will stand with Armenia in that way.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me ask the second question to our colleague from Hungary, Peter, if I might, to ask you. Hungary often positions itself as a sovereign actor and balancing East and West. Yet critics argue that this weakens collective EU and NATO deterrence. Is national agility in foreign policy possible without eroding alliance coherence?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. Once again, I'm honored to be here for the second time. What you have raised is a very important dilemma nowadays, because those countries who stand up for their own sovereignty are being challenged and on many occasions attacked pretty much. Our position is crystal clear. Our foreign policy is being navigated by the national interest. Hungary first, may I paraphrase. Hungary first. National interest comes first. What I think is missing now a lot from international politics, and this might be the reason why the sovereignists and the patriots are being attacked very heavily, is mutual respect. Mutual respect is absolutely missing, is absolutely absent currently from the international political arena. Look at the debates. Once you raise an issue which does not fall 100% in line with the liberal mainstream, you are either being considered as a right extremist, fascist, Nazi, whatever, or you are being considered the spy of the Russians, the propagandist of the Kremlin, or the friend of Putin. These are the two extremes you can choose if you are not in line with the liberal mainstream fully. And I think this is very sad, because this shows that the intellectual level of standards of international political debates now is very low. And I regret to say that the European Union is leading the pack in this regard in a negative way. In a negative way. In the last couple of years, it was very complicated to carry out a rational kind of dialogue within the European political arena. With the war breaking out in Ukraine, this became basically impossible. For example, when it comes to energy, which is the most physical issue of the world, because you need pipelines, you need ships, you need gas, you need oil, and it's obvious that you cannot heat your homes with political statements or press conferences. Even this issue is being super over-politicized. So I think that if countries of the world, if governments are able to come back a little bit from over-politicizing, from over-ideologizing things, and if international liberal mainstream stops putting patriots on the side, the whole international political arena will improve a lot. With President Trump winning in the United States, it has improved a lot immediately. Because those who have been marginalized are now in the mainstream. Those who have been pushed aside are now becoming the majority. And I think that patriotism and sovereignistic approach is now becoming an approach which used to be sidelined, but is becoming more and more mainstream. So big changes are going on in international politics in this regard.
Peter, I could agree on one element. Let's make it crystal clear, as you said, and let's talk no values, let's talk interests. And we are in Armenia, and our colleagues are interested what Europeans think about countries that aspire to join the European Union. We had yesterday Prime Minister of Slovakia, Mr. Fico, who was speaking at the opening, and he said that if Ukraine will fulfill accession criteria of EU membership, he will vote yes. What is the Hungarian statement, and what is your crystal clear position on it? But crystal clear, just straightforward.
Sure. I mean, you can't expect anything else from me. So when it comes to enlargement of the European Union, there's a big hypocrisy in the room. Why? Because the majority of the EU member states say totally different things in front of public than behind closed doors. In front of public, they are in favor of enlargement. When we are behind closed doors, they bring forward a long list of obstacles why enlargement cannot take place. Look at the poor Montenegrins. Sorry to say that, Philip. I mean, Montenegro is here, a country which cannot endanger European Union neither with size nor with population, a country which is already member of the Eurozone, a country which is already member of NATO. Why we don't accept Montenegro as member of the European Union? Why we don't accept Serbia as a member of the European Union? Why we don't do so with North Macedonia? Look, my friend,
but question about Armenia.
Yeah, the countries of the Western Balkans have been in the waiting room for an average of 15 years now. So what kind of pro-enlargement policy we are speaking about? Keeping these countries 15 years in line. Your question regarding Ukraine. To be honest, based on the current circumstances, I can't imagine that Ukraine fulfills the necessary criteria in a foreseeable future.
If they fulfill.
Sorry?
If they fulfill.
I can't see that coming, to be honest, because we have a lot of experience with them. We have a big Hungarian community there, rights of which are being violated very badly.
So you don't want to give
sorry?
You don't want to give a hope to Ukrainians that they can join one day EU?
Well, there's an expression which is being used in the European Union, which is merit-based process. This is what the Western Balkan guys have to listen to, merit-based process. Being in war is not a merit. So in this regard, at least for sure. So when it comes to EU membership, there's a very clear list of criteria. I don't see them coming closer to fulfill that, but there's going to be a referendum in Hungary where the people can make a very clear choice whether they support Ukraine becoming member of European Union or not. And since we are a democratic government, we will follow the will of the people.
Well, I think this is the diplomatic way away from the question. You not ask questions about taxes to the public. I mean, there is no referendum on taxes. And sometimes we have
But this is not about
from
taxes.
Politicians. I know, but this is a strategic interest of both Ukraine and Hungary. So maybe some of those questions should be taken by the leadership. So,
No, but we are not afraid of asking the opinion of people in strategic issues. We have been carrying out national consultancies in many, many issues, like the constitution as well, like migration, like family policy, like our approach to Brussels. And we have always respected the will of the people. Look, you are a Polish. You have an experience about the approach of Brussels to your former government, which equals to the approach of Brussels to our current government. We are always under attack for rule of law, for democracy. And whenever we turn to the people to ask them, we are bashed for asking the people. Then my question is, what is democracy if not asking the people and fulfilling their wish? That's democracy. You know, we have been faced with the approach that if it is not a liberal party to win elections, it's not a democracy. If a right-wing party wins elections, it's a dictatorship. And I fully disagree with that. Democracy is about asking the will of the people. Once they express their will, the government has to perform according to that. That's my definition about democracy.
well, I would say this is pretty selective democracy. This is not Switzerland, that you have the legal status and the system in Hungary. But let me switch to our colleagues in our hosts, since we have our Armenian colleague, and I would like to ask the question about current strategic choices. Armenia has recently taken a significant legislative step by initiating symbolically the process of EU accession by adopting the bill in the parliament, signaling a clear aspiration for a deeper integration with Europe. At the same time, Prime Minister Pashinyan, our host today, attended a Victory Day parade in Moscow. And recently we have seen Minister of Foreign Affairs Lavrov visiting Yerevan just days ago. How does Armenia reconcile these long-standing ties with Russia while advancing a European trajectory?
Thank you. Let me first greet our honorable guests. It's a pleasure to have you all in Yerevan. Regarding Armenia, we have to first look at the history of modern independent Armenia and the security architecture around Armenia. For almost 3 decades, Armenia's security was dependent from one source of security, namely Russia and the security organizations connected to it. And the previous government, and also our government before the war of 2020, thought that this is enough to guarantee Armenia's security and Armenia's territorial integrity. But as events unfolded, it became clear that over-reliance on one source of security or one provider of security simply doesn't work, because when the time comes and the security organizations or countries that have obligations to intervene don't want to. We can have debates about that, but the fact is that it didn't happen. And as a result, we have had ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh. We have had Azerbaijan occupying around 200 square kilometers of sovereign Armenian territory, and it became evident that Armenia needs to diversify its security strategy, and not only security strategy. And Armenia has adopted now a policy of balance and balancing, which means that Armenia strives for deeper integration with the EU, for more cooperation with the US, with France, with India. We are very happy to see that security cooperation with India is getting deeper and deeper. But regarding EU aspirations, those may be connected to security, but not only. It is our conviction that the Armenian people have always strived to be closer to Europe. Armenians are culturally and politically European, And Armenia has embarked on a path of closer integration with the EU for decades now. We have had the comprehensive and enhanced partnership agreement with the EU, which still is in force. And as you said rightly, recently the Armenian Parliament adopted a law on European integration, which is a manifestation of the will of the Armenian people to be closer to the EU. But nevertheless, as the minister rightly mentioned, geography is destiny, and you have to take into account your surroundings. From the Armenian perspective, being closer to the EU does indeed mean being closer to the EU, but it doesn't mean that Armenia should become a separate planet in the Caucasus with no relations with its neighbors or countries in its region, and this is our strategy.
Ruben, if I might interrupt you, does the shift in U.S. and President Trump taking the power over there had any impact on your strategic choices?
A positive impact, yes.
Positive, okay. So I agree that geography is, of course, determining your neighborhood, but it's history and trade that determine who is your friend, and who is your partner. So if you could indicate which countries you envision as promising partners in the coming years, which would be on the priority list?
Well, yes, geography is destiny, but you can also change your destiny in your geography, and that's what Armenia is trying to do right now. It's not a secret that Armenia has been in a partial blockade ever since it gained its independence, basically, and we are trying to change the dynamic of the region of the South Caucasus, which will itself change the dynamic in the wider European region and also the dynamics in Central Asia, Middle East. What needs to be done? The position of Armenia is very simple. Right now we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create peace, lasting peace in the South Caucasus. We have a rare situation where neither Azerbaijan nor Armenia have to concede anything.
So the first answer is Azerbaijan.
Of course.
And the second and the third one?
Obviously, whenever you are talking about trade partnerships, the first answers are always your immediate neighbors. And we have a situation that we don't have relations with, or we don't have normalized relations with two of our neighbors, and that hinders all connectivity in our region of the South Caucasus and beyond. So the first answer is not just Azerbaijan. The first answer is Azerbaijan, Iran, Turkey, and Georgia. Okay. The second answer would be countries neighboring those countries. And we think that this opportunity we have, and I want to repeat, we have a historic chance when neither Azerbaijan nor Armenia have to concede anything on the ground. We have a situation, a status quo, and we have a text of a peace treaty ready. Negotiations have been finalized and closed, and we have a historic opportunity to sign and ratify this peace treaty. We have a historic opportunity to unblock all communications in the region of South Caucasus, which means all communications between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and in a separate track, all communications between Armenia and Turkey, and this will change the whole dynamic in the South Caucasus, the whole security architecture. And since we are discussing the theme of our panel is how can small countries navigate in these turbulent times, well, this is how small countries can navigate. It's the number one source of uncertainty for small countries, or even medium-sized countries in the modern world where the global order is collapsing, is conflict. You eliminate conflict, you eliminate uncertainty. You unblock communications, you eliminate uncertainty. And you also eliminate the risk of of new conflicts. So this is our strategy. It's difficult, I have to admit. It's difficult also because our potential partners are not as constructive as we would like them to see, but we want to show on our own example that peace is possible, and we are going to do everything in our force to do this.
Thank you very much for your answer. Now let me ask Charles a question about Ireland foreign policy, which has a long and for a long time has been anchored in neutrality and soft power. We just discussed before the panel that you have like 70 million diaspora around the world, which is really impressive. Country of Poland, 40 million of population, much larger. We have only 10 million in comparison of the Polish diaspora living abroad. So you have a soft power. But in today's era of hard security and hybrid threats, how can small state maintain credibility and relevance without militarization? And I would like to refer to the decisions taken recently by countries like Sweden, 300 years of neutrality abandoned due to Russian aggression on Ukraine. And even Finlandization has a different meaning these days that it used to have. So what is the strategy of neutrality for Ireland? Is it still relevant?
Thank you very much. I think this is the key to the debate, how small states can survive in the globally turbulent and security challenging times. Ireland and Armenia are both small states, albeit on different sides of the continent of Europe. Ruben, when he was speaking, I was struck by the fact that we can change our politics, but we can't change our geographic location. I have a quote. Let me give you a small quote from the famous Czech author Milan Kundera, who said in relation to small nations, "A small nation was one which could only develop a unique culture and guarantee its survival by embracing a wider international context." And although I'm from far Western Europe, Kundera was from Central Europe, and Armenia is in the southern regions of the Caucasus, I can relate very much with that comment from Kundera. And the reason that Ireland has been successful over its last 100 years, in spite of real and serious difficulties within our region and beyond, was because we had a policy of generosity. And the cornerstone of our foreign policy is the international multilateral rules-based order, our membership of the United Nations. You quite rightly point out that we're not members of NATO, and I don't see Ireland joining NATO in the immediate future, given the immediate turbulence and given the history of our country, but we do closely acknowledge what has happened among our EU colleagues, Sweden and Finland, and we have reaffirmed our commitment towards European security and defence, very much involved in the European Strategic Compass, very much involved in European peacekeeping, engaging, while not as full members of NATO, in collaborative projects involving NATO. And I think that's what all states should be doing in the context of the current challenges. Looking at the United Nations, where we have thrived as members over the years, being members of the Security Council in recent times, application being a candidate for the Human Rights Council. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is fundamental to our policy, as is a membership of the European Union. And it's within the European Union that I feel we can influence and mould matters in conjunction with partnerships and other small states. I was struck by the criticism of the European Union, actually, since I came here yesterday morning, and in particular at the outset by the contribution, albeit short, of Prime Minister Fico. I think that was continued in a number of the panel discussions and roundtables yesterday. But I believe in these turbulent times, we should look to the fundamental values of the European Union, the positives of the European Union, for example, the single market, and acknowledge the fact and recommit ourselves to the fact that the European Union is the greatest single peace process that this world has ever seen over the last 80 years. And rather than be targeting aspects of the European Union, rather than being critical of what I heard to be the neo-imperialism of the European Union, we should look to the facts. The European Union has never sought colonies. The European Union has never had colonies. The European Union is a voluntary membership organization. People can join it. If they wish, people are queuing up to join. And of course, there is a rules-based order under which they must undertake standardization before they can join. People can leave the European Union. Indeed, my nearest neighbour, my colleagues in the UK, left the European Union. Can I say, acknowledging the fact that that was a sovereign decision taken by the British people in a referendum, but what I see now is very much a change of heart, very much a buyer's remorse. Ireland, on the other hand, is firmly embedded to the European values, human rights, the fundamentals of democracy, all of which are known to everybody in this room, but oftentimes we neglect to commit to them in the form.
Your words are honey to my heart. But as we said, as you reminded me about your huge diaspora in US mainly, could you maybe explain to us what has happened in the US that we have the administration that is not very much, in my opinion, to talk about values of our allies, more about interests and business transactions. And is it kind of concern for you?
Yes, I'm very concerned following the recent presidential election in the United States. But I say that as an Irish person, acknowledging the fact that we have a diaspora worldwide of almost 75 million people, almost all of whom are in the English-speaking world, because as a small island on the western periphery of Europe, we weren't particularly good at languages at the time of our migration. But across the United States of America, there are up to 35 million people who claim Irish ancestry. There's not a city hall from Boston and New York to San Francisco and Los Angeles that doesn't have an Irish mayor or deputy mayor or councillor or group.
So you take the responsibility for American elections, that's what you say?
No, I wouldn't take responsibility for any elections other than those in Ireland. And even in Ireland, I subject myself to the electorate, as I have done at each election from 1987 until 2024 when I didn't stand. But let me say that we use our soft power to influence the Irish diaspora to promote our interests. And it seems from listening to Armenians here at this conference and before that Irish interest and Armenian interest, albeit they're from different parts of the world, are very much in common. And we will continue to lobby for and on behalf of the multilateral rules-based order, regretting that in some countries in Europe and beyond, we see a regression to a type of populist nationalism, which causes me some concern and runs against the grain of Irish political strategy for the last 100 years. We are nestled between the United States of America and the United Kingdom, both of which have proved to be challenging in terms of our relationship, but both of which we will continue to liaise with in a constructive and collaborative manner in order to promote the best interests of our people.
Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you very much. So my last question in this round is to Sachin. India is a rising power. I've just been to Resina dialogue organized by our partner ORF Foundation. It was on one side very impressive, but on another hand it was very frustrating, I must say, to hear the voice of Global South, which was very aggressive towards collective West. And it was more or less like, we always knew that your soft power intentions are evil, and only now President Trump admitted that it was true, that dissolvement of US aid and all its soft power tools was dissolving this evil impact on the global scale. And I must say that for me, as a representative of NGO, it was very painful to listen, and I think for our colleagues from Norway or other countries developed, that want to share with developing countries their success and want to empower them. So my question is about, how do you want to navigate Indian strategic choices between West and East, between being a trade partner with Russia and being a political partner with US? You think this is sustainable?
Well, thank you very much for having me here this afternoon. Well, first thing I would like to say is that I think the global order has changed so dramatically recently that all that we heard and we professed for 40, 50 years is now almost in shambles. We always heard and talked and discussed global trade, free trade, liberal, open, democratic societies, movement of labor, material. Globalization was a word that was used very commonly. But now we are seeing a completely new world order. And I'd like to take for a few minutes of your time to step out of the Eurocentric discussion we've had this far.
We have 14 minutes. So
I'll take much less. In 1990, there were 69 countries which were electoral democracies. 69. Today it's 106. But to my mind, conducting and winning elections is not democracy. Democracy is when you do get majority, but the fact that you have the moral strength of character to listen to opposition, to keep the institutions alive, transparent, unbiased. And the function of democracy is to say, to hear, to act, and then follow what the majority says. So it's not simple to say that, like you very simply said, India has relationships with Russia and with the US. And why not? India represents 1/5 of humanity. And we are now at a stage where we continue to grow very rapidly. We have our troubles. And like someone mentioned geography. You can't change geography, but you can certainly break away from the pack and prove yourself. I think what is happening today is that countries like the US have pulled out of, for example, WTO, they pulled out of UNHRC, the Paris Agreement. It shows that today it is not about idealism. There were times when the countries were protected by the Soviet bloc or the US. I think even NATO is being pushed. It's now each country for its own, and moving ahead, it'll be more transactional. It's not ideology, it's going to be self-interest, like one of the panelists talked about, self-interest. Obviously, every country must, at the top of the list, follow its self-interest, but you must also believe in what sort of a country you want to make for yourself. I think smaller countries today have a much more difficult landscape to navigate because the world has got more globalized, but there are many barriers. We have tariff wars, we have conflicts, state-sponsored conflicts around the world. So how do you maintain prosperity in a time when there is insecurity? Insecurity because there are many factors that have actually disturbed the global status quo. So you'll need people with broad level of thinking and how they can get people together. It's very easy to comment on conflicts from the outside. It's the parties involved that have to bear the brunt of what's happening in their countries. So every country will act, I think, more and more in isolation. Multilateral platforms like the UN, etc., I think are losing the relevance because post-Second World War, the world has changed so much and the institution has not changed. It hasn't reformed itself. Therefore, it is losing relevance. There are issues on which we'll have to collaborate. You see, many countries, small and big, have to work together. For example, when the pandemic happened, we all had to work together. It crossed boundaries. For climate change, for example, China and India have very different policies, but ultimately the entire globe, entire planet will suffer if we don't act in tandem. Issues like terrorism, unless we stand up and have a collective voice against denouncing all sorts of terrorism, every country at some point will face that problem. So there are issues that are important for us as a global entity, but I think smaller countries, whether it's in Africa or in Europe or even Asia, have a much more challenging time because that protectionist era has gone. It's each to their own, and they have to look at economic interest far more. 40, 50 years ago, it was socialism, capitalism, idealism. Today, it's economic growth, it's jobs, empowerment, issues of civil liberties, and how do you have a literate society. As we open up more, the challenge before the next generation will be how do they grapple with the challenges of the next century. We've actually moved so quickly in the last 15 years. In the 70s and 80s, what we hear today was unheard of. And I think the next generation of young people will have a much more challenging time because the disruptions, the conflicts, regional and large scale, are bound to happen as the global order undergoes a massive paradigm change. So I think as far as my country is concerned, I've worked in the government and in the opposition. One thing I can tell all of you here, that we believe in our form of democracy. Every country has its own way of living its democracy, but we have never exported our democracy to other lands. We believe every country has the right to choose who they want to elect as a leader or a government, but we believe that an inclusive, pluralistic, secular, forward-looking, open economy and open country is the best way for a democracy to function. I'll repeat one last line.
Sachin, if I could jump in for a second. You said that you cannot export democracy. So where is the red line to tolerate your partners which they should not cross, and that they are respected to be a partner, that you can respect them? Is there a red line for it?
Look,
if you don't expect that your partner are democratic states,
no, I think
so.
Like the
let's say
Americans,
authoritarian regimes.
Americans,
what are the red
no,
lines
Americans keep pushing the red line. Right? It depends what suits them. I think the Americans are. Okay, forget Americans. I think any country, if you start dictating what your set of values is and you impose on somebody else, that is not fair. Every sovereign country has a choice to choose its government. Of course, there are human rights issues, civil rights issues, but I don't believe we as a country or as a nation should impose our ideal form of democracy into other countries. Every country has elections. How open, how transparent, it's for them to decide. We can comment, we can give our views, we have an opinion, but it's unfair to impose your set of ideals on other countries. That's my personal view.
So you're saying that you could talk and maintain diplomatic relations with every country despite of what they do at home?
Not at all. When the conflict between Ukraine and Russia happened, India took a very firm stand. Our stand is for peace. We do not encourage anyone fighting. We have suffered terrorism recently. 26 people in my country were gunned down in cold blood by terrorists from across the border. And, we have suffered for decades. So I am, for one, very openly saying that conflicts are a no-go. But should everybody intervene? Should we not have a multilateral platform to discuss these things? Should Security Council not have any strength at all? Should NATO keep expanding eastwards? Should China have its own region of influence? These are very complex, challenging questions. But I think as a responsible country, we have to be careful of how much we preach to the world and how much we act on our own.
Do you think NATO, UN is a relevant platform to solve these kind of problems like Ukraine?
What is?
That United Nations is the right place to solve the problem of
I have been saying, my country's been saying, UN has to reform itself. But unless we have a better alternative, we have to make do with what we have. It's time the Security Council changes its composition. It's time the UN has a more reflective landscape of society and world today than it did 50, 70 years ago. So unless we have a better alternative, we have to work with what we have. But UN definitely needs a massive reform going forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have like 6 minutes. And I think that I will not make a second round of questions because, as you see, these are very sophisticated issues and they demand answers. So I would like to collect like 3 questions and then I will allow our panelists to respond to them. So I see, let's make it representative. I see lady in red over there. I see lady over there. And I see a lady here in the first row. So let's make it women ask questions. I think it's representative. I know some of them. So let's start. Please, if you could give the microphone, we'll collect all 3 questions, and then let's try to provide answers. So, lady in red was the first one. Could you provide a microphone? If not, the microphone is coming. Okay, it's running. Very good, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Teresa Fallon, Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies. Thank you for a very stimulating panel and a master class on how to be a moderator. Thank you. Peter, I have a question for you. Hungary has such a complex relationship both with Russia and China, which seems to be definitely at odds with many in the rest of the EU. How do you see the way forward? Because there doesn't seem to be any ability to have a China policy, because in the past Hungary has blocked or watered down any other types of policy measures that Brussels wants to make in order to pull the EU together and have an EU policy towards China. What is the payoff for Hungary? I don't understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The second question was over there, lady in the third row. Okay.
Hello everyone, thank you for the vibrant panel discussion. My name is Mercedes. I'm a young fellow from Ethiopia representing Africa. So my question is, the national interest first approach, this national interest first approach has indeed been a dominant paradigm for centuries, and it has not led to a world free from conflict. So isn't it a time to think alternative strategies, maybe that focus on the common humanity, sense of common humanity? That's my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the young generation voice. Very, very important. And in the first row.
Hello, my name is Małgorzata Bonikowska. I lost my voice. Too many discussions, I think, here in Yerevan. I come from Poland. I have questions to everyone, all the panelists. How do you see, taking into consideration you are all politicians, the new world order emerging with a special attention of the position and the interactions between the US, Russia, and European Union also? And to Peter, a special comment, you are a member of this bloc. How do you see the strength of this bloc if there is no unanimous position towards certain activities, partly because of Hungary? Thank you.
Peter, you are the star. As you see, everyone want to ask the questions. So thank you very much. Let's make it, try to please very condensed and very, very brief. So maybe let's start first with questions to Peter. As you see, there was most of them probably, so if you could elaborate a bit.
When it comes to our approach to Russia and China, and if we try to discover the difference of our approach to other Europeans, I would say that we are doing it openly and honestly, and the others are doing it in a hidden way with a big bunch of hypocrisy. And I tell you why I say this. When it comes to Russia, Hungary openly cooperates with Russia on energy, because this is a matter of physics. If we cut the energy relationship with Russia, physically speaking, the country is not able to be supplied neither by gas nor by oil, not because of political taste, not because of political gestures, but because of physics. We are a landlocked country. We have interconnected ourselves with 6 of the 7 neighbors, but since not all of the neighbors have made their own investments, and the neighbors of the neighbors have not made all their investments, currently we are dependent on the Russian sources. Once again, because of politics? No. Because of lack of willingness? No. Because of geography and because of physics. But let me tell you one thing. We openly buy gas from Russia on pipeline. But The LNG imports from Russia to the European Union last year have hit huge records. Why? Because France, Spain, and Belgium bought huge amount of Russian LNG. Did anyone ask the French colleague yesterday why you buy record high amount of Russian LNG? No, because it's a big and strong country.
Peter,
But
if I might...
do you ask Hungary? Yes, you do. On China, there are 18 billion euros of Chinese investments going on in Hungary currently. 18 billion euros. 44% of all Chinese investments heading Europe have ended up in Hungary. Why? Because they have been attracted by the German presence. Why? Because in Hungary we have German automotive factories, big. We are the only country in Europe besides Germany where all three German premium car makers are present. But you know where they buy the batteries from? From Chinese companies.
Peter,
so what happens in Hungary?
I agree with you.
Once a big Chinese factory is being built, on the next plot a big German and then a big
Peter,
Chinese
we have
factory.
very little time.
Geography. So these are next to each other, and we are proud to be a meeting point for the Eastern and Western investment in Hungary. And once again, it's not Hungary who buys the batteries from China, but it's the German car manufacturers who do so. So when we speak about decoupling, when we speak about de-risking, then ask the global CEOs of German companies why they call me on a weekly basis to bring their Chinese suppliers to Hungary. That's the physical reality.
I agree that geography is a challenge for all of us. We can't solve it immediately, but politics we can solve quite fast as political turbulences. We are in Armenia right now, hosted by our generous friends, and you can solve the problem. I can give you a recommendation, maybe, or advice. Well, there is a European peace facility support, 25 million European money offered to Armenia, and Hungary is the only country in the EU blocking it. Would you support maybe releasing those money to Armenia to build hospitals for the Armenian people? Because this is the dedication of those resources. So maybe there is a green light. Maybe you want to send a message for Yerevan that Hungary is a friend of Armenia.
Yes, of course. First of all, it's 20 million, just to be precise. 20 million non-lethal aid to the army of Armenia, where we have said we are fine with that. But in order to be balanced and the European Union not to cause any kind of convenience in a very fragile situation where we are finally very close to, hopefully, to signing the agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, our request was that the European Union gives a similar amount of non-lethal support to Azerbaijan. Last time it worked out, 10 million euros to Armenia,
but Azerbaijan doesn't want money.
10 million euros to Azerbaijan, and this time it can work out as well. So I had a great conversation and an agreement with your foreign minister an hour ago, where I made him very clear that we are fine with the EPF support to Armenia, with a similar kind of support to Azerbaijan from any EU resource. And since it has already worked out once, it will work out now as well.
So thank you very much. I think we have a news that Hungarian minister just confirmed that European Peace Facility resources for Armenia have a green light from Hungary. Thank you very much for it. I think this is important. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are already over time, but I'm a think tanker and I respect our panelists very much. Peter, you are silent now. I will ask our other colleagues to have the final words. Something what you would like to say in like below 30 seconds, something what was not mentioned, and something what might refer to the questions that were asked. So let's start with our Armenian host. Ruben, 30 seconds.
I'd like to answer
the essence.
The question about putting nations first and whether
a bit louder, Ruben, please.
Yeah, I'd like to answer the question regarding putting your nation first and whether it's a good strategy, because I think this question summarizes the essence of whole our discussion. Indeed, it is in the very nature of any government in the world at any point in history to put their nation first. But putting your nation first should not mean that values don't exist and cooperation doesn't exist, and that, most importantly, rules don't exist. Because paradoxically, if you if you ignore international rules and values, that is in contradiction to any country's national interests. I mean, this is
Ruben, 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is a classic game theory situation. If 2 countries, 3 countries, 4 countries decide that nothing else matters and only their national interests matter, that automatically means violating their own national interest, because this will create conflicts, this will hinder trade, this will hinder economic cooperation, which will itself create new conflicts, no hindrances, and we will go back in history.
Listening to Armenian colleagues, I see that they are already in the Euro-Atlantic family. It's really wonderful to listen to it. So let me ask our colleagues. So from Ireland, India, and then last but not least, our honorable guest from Montenegro. So Charles.
Well, in short,
very brief.
Yes, I believe it's important that Europe stands united in these times of turbulence, having regard to the fact that it in effect outsourced its security and defence for the last 50 years. I think that needs to change. And can I say in response to the question from the third row, from the lady, in respect of Africa, it's deplorable to see many of our most influential countries cut international humanitarian aid. I believe Europe has a strong role to play, and we can start by ensuring that we increase our aid to most disadvantaged areas. There are 130 armed conflicts in the world as we speak, and I think we need to do something about it in a positive.
Thank you very much, Charles. I think this crisis is also an opportunity, and probably the European Union should fill this gap. India.
But I think as the world has become more informed about what's happening, a lot of the unrest and civil problems that happen, they happen because of unequitable growth. When you have economic progress and you have a distribution of income and wealth that is not proportionate, it creates problems in societies, and they lead to then civil unrest, revolutions, and so on and so forth. So I think moving forward, whether you're a small country or a big country, one has to focus on equitable, justifiable growth for all. Because unless we have that mindset of reaching out the last person in the line, we won't be doing justice to our jobs, and we're creating problems for the next generation.
Thank you very much. And our friend from Montenegro.
Well, I have a few things to say, so I will try to speak fast. I was very happy to hear about the European Union as the greatest peacemaking project in the world ever. And this is actually true, but this is a political value. Let's go back to that. So what we have been experiencing is the transformation of a very nice and positive political value into a very technical process. So now we need to balance the two, and if the enlargement does not happen, and if Montenegro does not join the European Union by 2028, it would ruin the very credibility of the European Union. So we need to work together on this, and we are grateful to all the friends that are supporting us. I would also like to say that the European Union has been too much concentrated on itself in the past, and I'm referring to the question from Africa. I think that the European Union needs to work more with Africa, but it also needs to have a specific approach, different from before. And there is something that the European Union can learn from us. We have decades in the Western Balkans of experience with very nice, friendly cooperation with African countries, so they can ask us for advice. And the third thing that I would like to say, I think the expression of the new world order is now obsolete. We have new world order, newer world order, the newest world order. I mean, the world is changing, it's flexible, and we need to adapt and be flexible as well, and not try to put it in some sort of formulas. So.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end. I'm a sailor for 30 years, and I know one rule. You cannot change the wind, you can adjust the sails. And I think that listening to our great panelists, they know how to do it. They know how to adapt. Although the weather is like it's like a 10 of Beaufort scale, but I think that in this crisis there is also an opportunity. And let's keep fingers for it. Thank you very much, and please join me in a round of applause for our great panelists.
I want to thank you for being us today. Please welcome our moderator, Madame Rachel Rizzo, Senior Fellow, Europe Center, Atlantic Council. And our discussion is going to be on expansion equation. Should EU enlargement be made easier? So over to you, Madame Rachel.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I feel like we've hit the post-lunch crowd, so appreciate everyone who's here and who's still committed to the entirety of our panels today and the entirety of the conference. Rachel Rizzo here. I'm a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Europe Center. It's a think tank based in Washington, D.C. I want to start by saying thank you to the Armenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Observer Research Foundation, and the other partners for hosting this conference. One common theme I have found emerging from the panels over the last couple of days is everyone letting everyone else know how many times they have been to Armenia. So I find it incumbent upon myself to tell everyone that this is my first time to Yerevan, my first time to Armenia, hopefully not my last. This is a beautiful city, a beautiful country, and I feel very lucky and privileged to be here. I also feel very lucky to be able to moderate this panel on what I believe is one of the most important topics in geopolitics today, which is this question of enlargement of the European Union. And as you saw from the title of this panel, should EU enlargement be made easier? That sort of gets to the heart of the question, but we have a fantastic panel with us today where we can not only tackle that, but really get to the heart of what the EU is, what it means for countries that want to join the European Union, and also the challenges that come along with it. You know, past waves of EU enlargement have brought both opportunities and challenges. They've created new partnerships, but also on the flip side, have at times deepened tensions between Brussels and new member states. So today, this question about further EU enlargement really is at the forefront of conversations about the EU. Obviously, Ukraine is a big part of this. You know, coming from Washington, D.C., focusing on security, you often hear conversations about Ukraine's NATO accession. And I think the EU part of this often gets ignored, or at least gets put on the back burner a bit. But in my mind, that is actually a more important question for Ukraine. And there's also multiple EU candidate countries in the so-called waiting room. So with that, I want to turn to, I feel lucky that I don't really have to answer any of these questions today. I get to ask the panelists. I have the easy job. You all have the difficult job. But of course, you're all best suited to answer these questions. So I wanted to start to my immediate right because, you know, we are in Armenia, we're in Yerevan. Mr. Sarges Khandanyan, who is chair of the Standing Committee on Foreign Relations at the Armenian National Assembly. It's fantastic to be with you here today. Let's start by talking a little bit about the Armenian experience specifically. The Armenian parliament officially adopted a law to launch your EU accession. This was signed by the Prime Minister just last month, so it's fresh off the press. Can you talk a little bit about what this means for Armenia specifically? What are your aspirations in terms of both EU membership, but also deeper partnerships with the EU until that day comes? But also maybe what that means for other candidates, maybe specifically in the South Caucasus, but also more broader than that, seeking deeper integration while also navigating some really real and complex geopolitical challenges, especially that come along with being in this region. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And I want to first welcome everyone in Yerevan. It is a great honor and pleasure to have you all, and I'm very happy that we have many parliamentarians among us these 2 days, and I also hope that this won't be your first and last visit, but you will visit frequently. this is a panel where actually I have more questions than answers, and we have a lot of questions in Armenia about the EU membership and the prospects of enlargement. But I would like to go a few decades back and start with the platform that the European Union envisioned its relations with the countries on its east, which was Eastern Partnership. And back then, at its inception, it was about everything but membership. But then, eventually, we realized that the membership is also a perspective. And now we see countries among Eastern Partner countries that have a candidate status, namely Ukraine, Moldova, and also the last one is Georgia. So it raised questions also in Armenian society and political and public sphere. Why can't we also be members or candidate members, candidates for the European Union membership? And we often discuss this with our European colleagues, and we often hear that Armenia must show strong signals towards its desire to become more closer to the European Union and eventually to become a member of the European Union. And the law that you have mentioned is one of those signals, maybe a bit symbolic one, but it's also a very important commitment taken by the government of Armenia, showing this signal and commitment to, at one point, also consider a membership to the European Union. And it's most important factor in this is that it's not an initiative by the government of Armenia or by one political party in Armenia. It is an initiative by the public. So it was the public initiative that came to the parliament. So Armenian public has that intention or considers that possibility or perspective to become a member of the European Union. But before we take that path, before we submit that application, I think the process is also very important. And I would break this into three dimensions. First of all, political dialogue that we are having with the European Union. And it goes beyond with the SIPA agreement, Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement that we have with the European Union. We have I believe that at the moment, the relations between Armenia and the European Union has never been closer. So we have a very strong political dialogue. The second one is people-to-people contacts and getting to know the Europe better for our citizens. And for that, I'm happy to share that we started the visa liberalization dialogue with the European Union. And we are confident that we are going to be the champion among all the countries who ever had that negotiations to be the fastest one. So we are going to do the reforms that is required for that to help our people to know the European Union better and closer. And I would also add to this the deployment of the European Civilian Mission, which is also a very important, beyond its security and security component, it's also very important for the citizens of Armenia to see how the European Union functions and to have a small a pillar of the European Union on the ground. And the third dimension is the trade and economic cooperation. Here that we need from both sides do more to be closer, to do a lot of homework, to become more compatible for the European markets, but also we are looking forward more support from the European Union, more openness for the trade. Of course, the supply routes are very important in this context, and I think I believe that is one of the reasons as well that the Armenian government is pushing its Crossroads of Peace initiative so enthusiastically, because it will also help us greatly to be much closer to the European Union.
Thank you. sort of building on that, I want to go next to Julius Pranavicius, who's the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs from Lithuania. Welcome, and thank you for being here. Lithuania was part of, I believe, the 5th round of EU accession. You joined in 2004, so there have been 7 rounds of EU accession or EU enlargement since the original 6 were created as part of the EEC in 1957. So you joined in 2004, which means just last year you celebrated 20 years as a member of the EU with all of the benefits and also challenges that come along with that. So I wanted to ask you specifically, you know, given your experience as part of this, how do you, like, what are some maybe lessons learned from your position? And Dr. Fawn, I'll ask you that question as well in terms of just broader post-Soviet states, but specifically in terms of Lithuania, you know, how do you view the balance of maintaining these strict accession criteria, but also accelerating EU enlargement to a point where it actually can respond to geopolitical threats? So it's sort of a two-pronged question, but you can feel free to tackle that however you like.
Good. Thank you so much for your questions, and it's really great to be in Yerevan and great to be in your event. I do remember very well those similar discussions we had back in Lithuania more than 20 years ago when we were just planning our path towards European Union, when we were planning our accession talks. And at that time, as you said, it was a 5th enlargement. We had experience of previous enlargements. There was such an understanding that there is a classical method of EU enlargement. And it is true that ever since the first new member states were adopted or acceded to European Union or the organizations that preceded European Union, there were always those rules there that there is no negotiation between equals. It's about negotiations about how you will accede to this organization. And the way how you accede is like you don't discuss that organization will change and then you will do something jointly. No, it's about how you will implement all the EU laws, all the EU regulations into your own national law system and how you will apply them. The things like conditionality, very strict conditionality, that if you want to move a step further, you need to implement certain conditions. They always existed there, and they existed for a reason. I think it's the whole idea of European Union being a transformative power, where European Union can, and it's actually one of the greatest things of European Union is that it can really reorganize the country, it can transform it into something very different, where you are starting your journey to accede to European Union, then you do all the reforms, you adhere you approximate all the laws with the EU laws, and at the end of the day, you find yourself already a different country. So we knew it from the theory, and we knew that these are the rules. We had very tough talks, and we had very tough decisions to make on some reforms. On in our case, one of them was like decommissioning nuclear power plant, and there were a lot of debates internally, should we do this or not, that we had to solve Kaliningrad transit issue. So many things that at that time we felt like, okay, it's sometimes probably it's even unfair why we have to do all those things and why EU keeps asking us all those things. But we knew from the theory that that's how EU enlargement is working, and that's what we need to do to accede to it. And now, fast forward those 20 years after we acceded to European Union, I think it was worth doing that, and it was and those conditions, they are there for the reason. So very good that we were taking them seriously, that we implemented all the reforms, that we transposed all the EU laws into our legislative system, and it is working well. In our case, we really managed to transform country. I just to give you some figures, the days when we were just acceding to European Union, our GDP per capita was less than 40% of EU average. Today we are above 90%. If you look at our wages, at our pensions, retirement allowances, and other things, you could see that they went up in time, sometimes in 5 times, for example, for the retirement schemes. That's really the miracle that was only possible because we could participate in EU joint market, where we could benefit from actively competing with other European countries, also using well all the structural assistance that came with the accession to European Union. But in our case, the general feeling is that EU was always supported in Lithuania. We are one of the most Euro-enthusiastic countries, so those conditions, they have to be there. Now about Ukraine, I also think that be it Ukraine, be it Western Balkans or any other countries, we still have to have those strict conditions that in order to become a member of the European Union, you have to do all the reforms, you have to adjust to European laws. But what could be done internally, the way how we make decisions in the European Union, in some cases it is becoming really too cumbersome. When for anything, for all the chapters to open, all the new things that you have to do there, you always need unanimity. So then it's a kind of hostage of anyone who would say, I have my own political agenda, I have for particular reasons, I will be blocking those decisions. So I think we could really think about the ways how we can enhance internal procedures in European Union to make that process smoother. Thank you.
So just to build on this really fast, I mean, should there be a sort of, or could there be, I guess, a sort of tiered system within the EU? You know, people talk about like a multi-speed Europe. Mm-hmm. And is that something that is realistic? What would that look like?
It's a great discussion, but we can discuss it for hours, not just about the accession, but the future of the European Union. Should it be 2 speeds or multiple speeds? In some cases, you already have those speeds. We have a Schengen zone, and not all of the members are there in Schengen. We have Eurozone, so not all the countries have Euro. Probably that instrument could be used for also for the instruments. But I wouldn't agree to the idea that for the countries that are joining, that they would be like a second-class membership. That's wrong. I think we should, and all the countries should aim to be members, full members of the European Union with all the rights and obligations coming out of that.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Rick Fawn, I'd like to come to you, Professor of International Relations at University of St. Andrews in the United Kingdom. We were just chatting before this, and I asked you what courses you teach, and you were mentioning international relations, but also post-Soviet states. And so I wanted to sort of bring that perspective into this conversation and also ask you a two-pronged question. You know, what are some lessons learned from post-Soviet states in terms of EU accession that you could apply maybe to the current moment, if that's something that you have an opinion on, or if that's something that you've looked at, But also at the same time, I want to have you sort of look at this broader question of, you know, whether you think this current debate about EU enlargement, as we mentioned, I think, you know, there are multiple countries in the EU waiting room. Countries want to join. They want to undergo the domestic reforms necessary to join because there's a benefit to being a part of the EU. So does this desire to join the European Union reflect, you know, broader changes in the international system? Are states looking for this sort of economic and security protection, especially, you know, coming from the United States? We talk about great power competition all the time, and I think that's a conversation for a different day, but I do think it applies here because the EU is very much a part of this.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's multiple questions. But before turning to those, just as everyone has done before, but I do it very heartfelt, an enormous thanks to our organizers, the MFA and the ORF, for what has been a fantastic event. And many people have spoken about the beauty of Yerevan, but I would add to that, especially to Armenians who are still with us, that Geghart and Garni are among the most beautiful, interesting places I've ever been. So Yerevan and much more. So turning to these questions, starting point, I just clarify post-communist, post-Soviet, and perhaps we don't want to use these terms anyway because they're 30 plus years out of date, but post-communist tends to refer to the satellite countries, the Poland, Czech Republic, so on. Post-Soviet, those that were in the Soviet Union. So the majority of the accession countries in 2004, 2007 would have been post-communist. The three Baltic republics, of course, were a curious situation because they weren't in the Soviet Union the entirety of the history of the Soviet Union. They were forcibly annexed, as we should all know, at the end of the Second World War. First comment, the EU, yes, is a type of club, and clubs have membership. They have membership criteria. I don't think the EU obliges anybody to be interested in the EU. But if you want to be interested in the club, there are rules. I also think maybe I'm too naive and too soft about these things. I actually think, on the whole, those rules are for a common good. Now, I've studied the accession process in Central Europe and the Baltic, Southeastern Europe. This was, and it's been confirmed by people who experienced it and were practitioners of it, this was a tough process, an awful lot involved. But I would absolutely say for the better. We've had some indicators here, and over the past 2 days, I think it's unfathomable that accession delivered. It did. These countries, these peoples, these societies are vastly better off. Second, the club works in different ways. And we've been speaking to this, but let's be very, very firm. There are different possibilities within the EU. There are different possibilities on the outside with the EU. So the Deputy Minister, for example, already turned to some of the major options within the EU, Eurozone, Schengen, so it is not one monolithic thing. And then in terms of countries that are interested, and let's say that again, these are countries that are interested, they're not being compelled. It is not simply a process of in or out. There's an accession process. There are, and this has been confirmed by members of this panel, there are very good reasons for all that has to be adapted to in that accession process. But alongside the process, let's put it in blunt terms, there are lots of rewards to be had. Right? It's not an in-out question. And as somebody, I'll give it away now, you're hearing a Canadian accent from somebody who is also British and in Britain a long time. I would love Canada to be in the EU. I would love Britain to come back into the EU. I put my biases out there. But that is to speak to countries that can have very different relations with the EU. Consider Norway, that comes top of the Human Development Index every year. Very wealthy country. Or Switzerland. Who wouldn't want to be members of countries like that? They didn't opt in fully to the EU. They put themselves in a curious situation where they actually contribute very substantially to the EU budget, but without any real input. No, these are choices that can be had. I think in terms of funding, almost limitless. Let's be blunt. The European Union is extremely good at assisting, especially those who are in the accession process. There are gains to be had, and there are societal gains to be had. One difficulty, I suspect, is that the EU is not so good or not so even in advertising itself and what it does. I can give myriads of examples where it's worked better and not worked. I suspect part of the problem in the EU, this was certainly the case in Britain, and in some of the would-be entrant countries, what the EU does, what it funds, what it supports, is simply not known. And that also allows, I'll be blunt again, that simply allows conspiracy theories to dominate discourses. And again, I don't think the EU is particularly good, I wish it were better, at pushing back at these things. So countries that are interested have much to gain over what can be a long-term process. If there is fatigue, disappointment, that may well be happening with some Western Balkan countries that have been queued for a number of years. There are myriad reasons for that. That can be with domestic changes. And I would stress also, from my perspective certainly, when a country is in the accession process, they get a great deal of assistance from the European Union in making those changes. It's not a unilateral process. It's a very, very consensual one, I think, and with the EU being extremely helpful. So, in a very few words, considering the question we've been set here, I would slightly rephrase it. Right? There isn't an in-out dichotomy. There is a longer process potentially, yes, but with lots of gains alongside that, gains that can particularly support people like youth, we're all in favor of that, that can signal to societies that the gains will be very, very considerable. We take it for granted, but things like health and safety, and the EU is extremely good at that. It might be painfully bureaucratic and boring, but it does make societies safer and healthier. Enormous gains that are often intangible or frankly boring. And countries gain from this. So I think it's a significant win process for everyone.
Thank you, Professor. Tatiana Turcolet, compliance officer at the European Investment Bank Group based in Luxembourg. I wanted to come to you because, you know, as Professor Fon mentioned, there are a lot of issues that I think often not necessarily get ignored, but get forgotten when we're talking about the EU, things like health and security, but also funding. I mean, the financial aspect of both EU membership and EU funding is a huge part of this conversation. And I think, you know, with your position, you can speak to this in a way that very few people can, because it does feel like it gets pretty niche and into the weeds. So I wanted to ask you, I mean, where does, from the European Investment Bank, like where does that fit into this conversation, but also where does the EU fit into your conversation at the EIB? And, you know, when we're looking at things like EU enlargement, this is, you know, bringing economies into a, as the professor said, sort of the, you know, this club that comes with different risks and you know, benefits, but how do you think about sort of mitigating those risks of enlargement from a financial and an investment perspective?
Thank you so much, Rachel. First and foremost, let me join my co-panelists in thanking a big thanks to our co-organizers who host us here, which is an incredible event, an incredible platform in this beautiful country for this kind of topics and discussions in the current situation that we are in. And also, of course, the ORF, who made this all possible from idea, bringing it all to reality. Second of all, this topic is particularly close to my heart, not only because of the nature of my job, but also because I was born in what is currently one of the candidate countries, in Moldova. I've been living abroad since many years, but I remember very well the times when we still needed a visa to go to just neighboring Romania, which nowadays seems very difficult to imagine, even since we were fortunate to have the visa liberalization, for example, as one of the many steps for EU accession. But I have also had the privilege and pleasure to advise my government on the EU accession process, so I've seen this from both the governance perspective, but also as a simple citizen, what it means to be, let's say, on the other side in this very long process, and see and feel the aspirations of joining the EU one day, hopefully, and little by little it became a reality when our candidate country. And just to delve into the topic of this session, which is the last basically on the topic of EU enlargement, it was very interesting to hear all the ideas, debates about the EU and what it means, both from inside and outside perspectives. So I will try not to repeat my co-panelists, but rather to wrap up on what the whole process is, including from my current position and touching upon the topic of funding. What I would like to emphasize, and this has been said again and again here in various sessions, is that EU is first and foremost about values. I know this, again, sounds very, very abstract, and we probably tend to disregard it more often than not, especially in the case of aspiring countries. The EU, of course, is about very generous funding, but also for the member states as well. It's about subsidies, it's about grants, it's about a single market, free trade, and so on. However, we should stick in whatever position we are, especially as a citizen, to the fact that this whole entity, the EU as a supranational entity, is based on mutual respect. I've heard some debates about this. I can say, being based basically in the heart of the EU, that this is what drives us every day, the mutual respect, values, and indeed, these concepts, as abstract as they are, lead us to other concepts that we, again, especially those living in the EU, took for granted, like air quality, safety, excellent medicine, going to a doctor without having to pay a bribe, which unfortunately is happening in many other countries. So I think that's important to keep in mind, especially for the aspiring countries, because these will be the building bricks of your accession towards the EU in the future. And indeed, perhaps the EU is not perfect, but it's a process. It's, let's say, under construction, and the most important is that we are all striving to make it better. We might have more regulations than probably other parts of the world, which is maybe not ideal, but at the same time there is always a reason behind that. And as long as I think we keep in good faith, it's both those who work on this topic, but also as citizens will be all better off. It's also not easy. I mean, I've seen different parallels, and I heard about the EU. I see it more as a rather big family of 27 members. And as we all know, it's never easy with the relationships in the family, small ones, let alone a big one. Imagine what would be 27 people in one family. So, but I think that also shows how we actually made it happen. Throughout the years, the EU has been there, fortunately, since many years, and now in these times of crisis, we'd rather stick together than apart. Also, on the point of whether the EU should be a two-tier system, I totally agree with my co-panelists. I guess we generally need more harmonization, not less, in the EU. At the same time, we are already at different speeds in different fields, like in the Schengen, the Euro area. So we should actually strive to have a rather level playing field than less. And eventually we see progress even in these fields. For example, in the case of the European Public Prosecutor's Office, where Poland recently decided to join. One tangible effect, and I think it's important to work in good faith for all the member states on this front.
Thank you so much. So we have about 15 minutes left, and so what I would like to do is maybe a quick lightning round for the panelists, like one more quick question. But I'd also really like the audience to ask a couple and get you, I already see one right here, waving your hand, and a couple, there's two. So I basically want to come back to all of you and ask you if there's anything that you want to respond to that the panelists have said. I will start to my immediate right, Mr. Khandanian, but maybe talking a little bit, I think like disparities between established members and new members, that's been mentioned. So how do you mitigate that? I really want to talk about European values, and we kind of talked about the Copenhagen criteria, this set of standards a country has to meet to be eligible for membership. So are we running into a problem where values in European Union members diverge, and what does that mean for decision making? And then finally, and you don't have to answer all of these, just kind of pick up what you would like. EU skepticism. I mean, we're dealing with a loss of faith in institutions in the United States as well, but also globally, and the EU is not immune to this. So how do you deal with EU skepticism and navigate and mitigate this loss of faith in the EU at a time when unity is so important? So I'll start to my immediate right and then just work my way down pretty quickly, if you don't mind, and then we'll just turn to the audience for a couple of quick questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would just like to react to what Professor Faun said, and as closer we get with the EU and as closer we observe the accession process, we indeed realize that the accession is more of internal process of each country which is trying to become a member of the European Union rather than a diplomatic process. So I also agree that every country is benefiting a lot while taking these steps closer to the European Union. And when I talked in the beginning about the signals, and I only mentioned one of them, the law, the symbolic signal of the accession to the European Union, I think, and you mentioned about the values, the Copenhagen criteria. I think the recent democratic progress that Armenia has made for the last few years is also a clear signal that we belong to that family, that we are European, that we share the democratic nature of the European Union. And also in the previous panel, Foreign Minister Siarto, talking about the merit-based membership, said that the conflict, being in conflict, is not a merit. Agree with this or not, but I think our commitment to peace process in this neighborhood, because I believe European Union is also interested to have a peaceful neighborhood in its borders. Our commitment to the peace process is also a signal to the European Union that we are interested to be part of the family.
Thank you. Just going back to your question on the values and whether we should have to be strict on that in planning our enlargement process. So the EU rules and EU laws are very clear about that. Is the article, if I remember correctly, 49 of the EU treaty. It says that any European country that respects European values that are stated in Article number 2 could become member of European Union. So it's like doesn't leave any question with that. It's if you respect, then you can start the whole process. If not, if you have some issues with general EU values, then it's not the right club, not the right place to be. So I think on that it is like that, and it has to remain like that. We shouldn't compromise on our values. But then on some other things, also hearing the debate here in Armenia and in other countries, or some misperception of European Union, I remember all those talks also in Lithuania, like, okay, what will happen with our culture, with our identity? Will it survive? When we are then members of European Union, maybe we'll have to sacrifice it. And it proved to be totally wrong. We are fine, we are Lithuanians as we are, and we became even more Lithuanians after those 20 years that we were talking about like linguistical things. I think that our national language, Lithuanian language, was never ever in the history of our country so much respected as it is right now, and there is so much attention to that because all the EU laws, everything has to be translated into our language, and it is equal official language with all the others. The same with our ethnical culture or anything that we want to promote. We are happy to do that. EU is just giving instruments to do that. And my final thing on the future enlargements and this basic principle that it has to be based on merits. I think that that's very clear rule and it's very right rule. It was always there from the beginning. Each individual country has to be judged according to its own merits, and we have to be very strict to that. And we have to, we have our rules, but then all the candidates, they have expectations. If we say that their progress will be judged on their own merits, that's what we have to fulfill. It cannot be like that we say if you are fulfilling the criteria, if you implement this or that reform, you will get one step closer to European Union, and then after some time we say, but we have some bilateral issues, and first you do this and do that, and then we can talk about that. And I think this principle is there, but we have to be very clear, and we have to be also reliable partners for the candidate countries and implement that. Thanks.
Professor. First on what I call public relations. The EU can and should do more. Brief word on Brexit. Whitehall, the government area in London. Never did I see a European Council flag. Very, very disappointing. Contrast that to downtown Kiev, 2013, 2014. 800,000 people eventually out on the streets and flying the European Council flag. Britain used to fly the European Council flag on embassies outside the country. So that's just a starting point on understanding, let alone appreciating what was offered. And I think we had a tremendous gap in that in Britain. It can often have something to do with domestic politics, but also the EU having certain limitations in projecting itself. And I would again like to see much more of that, including on things that make, and there are many cases of it, day-to-day improvements for people. Next, the EU is, and this is in some ways a seeming drawback, it's very consociational. Everybody is in it. There was a debate that was defeated about less representation for the newcomers 2004, 2007 and onwards. No, we have a commissioner for every country, we have the European Parliament, everybody's in the system. So that makes for arguably a clunky system, but everybody is in it. And I'll be quite extreme now and say, contrast that, the seeming bureaucracy, the seeming slowness, the seeming, I disagree, seeming unrepresentativeness, contrast that to 3 generations of massive bloodshed in Europe. Let's take a bit of that consociational system to what we had before. The EU, I genuinely believe, is an antidote to war. And it's hard to put a price on that. It really is priceless. Countries can do it at their own pace. Nobody is obliging. I think that's extremely important, and I'd reiterate the gains that could be made along the way. I'm delighted, may I say, Deputy Minister, about the reaffirmation that national identities haven't been challenged. In many ways, I think the opposite. So much opportunity to support, especially smaller language groups in that, as another hand up, as a beneficiary in a very competitive process for large European Commission research grants. We had to be very, very European. We had to ensure mobility. We had to be literally from across Portugal up to Estonia. We were building European identity. People who integrated with each other, spoke multiple languages and so on. This is priceless. Right? An awful lot to be gained. If countries don't want to engage, they don't need to, but much to be had. Thank you.
Thank you. I really love what you just said. The EU is an antidote to war. That'll stay with me for a long time. Tatiana, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be very concise so that we leave a bit of room for questions from the audience. This is just to say that despite all the internal challenges that we can see within the EU itself, it still remains one of the most attractive places to live. And we can see that as a proof with the very high immigration rates that we have. But just to give a bit of hope to the aspiring countries and towards the path to the EU is that we have a lot of changes in the dynamics in the current international relations is changing very rapidly. At the same time, internally, we also have our own challenges in terms of shrinking demographics, labor shortages, and so on. So I participated in another forum focusing on Ukraine, where basically with all the brave people fighting for their lives in the country, now they were actually presenting how they could contribute to the EU in terms of cybersecurity, defense, and this kind of fields. And what can I say? It's a chapeau, and I think that's also a good example for other candidate countries to think in terms of, since I was speaking about mutual respect, also what we mutually can do for the EU.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 5 minutes left. There's a question here and a question there. I will take those two, that's it. Sir, you go right ahead. I'll take them at the same time. Please just be brief. Let's not do any speeches or anything like that, and make sure it ends in a question. There might be a microphone, but if not, just yell it and I can repeat it up here. Okay, I actually can't hear you. Are there any microphones? Okay, here we go.
Wojciech Wojtasiewicz, Polish Institute of International Affairs. I have a question to Mr. Hanadian. I would like to ask you about the political crisis in neighboring Georgia. Aren't you afraid that the crisis in the relations between Georgia and the European Union, because of that anti-European and pro-Russian Georgian government, could negative influence of your chances to integrate with the European Union? Thank you.
Thank you. And then ma'am, right over there in the, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Stephanie Fenkert, International Institute for Peace, Austria, Vienna. I do work a lot on EU enlargement as well. I have two, first, a very brief comment. Thank you so much, Tatiana, and also Mr. Pranevicius for stressing that the European Union is a value-based organization. I think people tend to forget this. And this is partly also due to developments within the European Union, but it is actually written in Article 2, so, and I think this is very important that we tend not to forget it. Two brief questions. One is, how can we make the enlargement process credible again? Because it is not credible at all. It is not merit-based. It wasn't for a very, very long time, and this is maybe due to the fact that the European Union has not been deepening the integration as it should have been. We see national tendencies, and we see a lot of member states actually applying national interests before the common European good or whatever. I mean, Albania is a very good example. Macedonia, which was blocked from opening accession talks for 20 years nearly. So I think, so how can we make the process credible again? And then if we look, and this is maybe also again to Prevenitius, how can we make the European Union also be able to act again? Which reforms do we need? I'm speaking about the Council of Europe, because we do know 27 member states, 27 different opinions, and we do know that it is very difficult to come to terms in this, and I doubt that if we are not tackling reforming in specific areas, the Council, that we will not see any more members in the European Union. Sorry for being a little bit critical. I'm very pro-European, and I'm very much, but I think we need to ask the tough questions if we want to proceed with, I don't know, the European Union in the future. Thank you.
Those are excellent questions. Thank you so much. I'll start with you, and then to the Deputy Minister, and then if anyone else wants to do a quick.
Thank you very much for the question. Look, beyond everything, our number one foreign policy priority is to have stable South Caucasus and normal relations with our neighbors. Unfortunately, in this region, we don't have a luxury of having it more and more. So with those who we have really great relations, we should maintain these relations. And with Georgia, we have a strategic partnership, and we value that partnership very much. And we are building on that. Of course, it would be much easier for us, even geographically, even in terms of access to the Black Sea and closeness to the European Union, to do these steps together.
Be it security, be it economy, be it all the other elements that Ukraine could bring to European Union. And if we take it as something like, okay, we have to spend money, we have to do this and that, it will cost us that much, then you will have all the good excuses to delay the enlargement. But if we manage to fill the sphere with those arguments that the enlargement is beneficial to European Union, I think that would be extremely helpful, and then probably the mood will change. Then those small adjustments that are needed to make the process, like internal decision making in European Union, as we were talking about those blocking chapters and not allowing different candidates to move further because of some strange reasons, and why this merit-based principle is not working. Maybe if we switch from unanimity to qualified majority voting in those special occasions, that would be helpful. And if the overall atmosphere is much more positive, then I think those decisions will be made much easier.
Thank you. We are out of time. Okay, unless there's any burning comments that, okay. Thank you so much for your attention, for your questions. Please join me in thanking our fantastic panelists. This was really fascinating. Thank you so much.
Call for humanity in
and involved in advocacy and global efforts worldwide. And we have Moses Kachwang, who is the senator for Homa Bay County, Kenya, and who is a prominent political leader and championing the governance reforms in his country. So I will kickstart the discussions, which is today about biodiversity, the world's living tapestry. So biodiversity is more than just the incredible variety of plants and animals around us, as it encompasses all forms of life and their ecosystems within. It is a vast, interconnected web woven from billions of years of evolution, and it is essential for our survival. And its wanton destruction is akin to setting fire to our lifeboat. So now I will start by asking the UN resident coordinator. Yes. Because we're talking about biodiversity, and according to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, more than 1 million of our flora and fauna on the planet are in danger of extinction. Just a few days ago, which is May 22, we celebrated the International Day for Biological Diversity, which actually stems from the fact that 22 May 1992, there was the adoption of a Convention on Biodiversity. So, in line with this and all the work that the UN is doing and on the global diversity framework, I would like to ask you, what is your standpoint about the action list, the UN action list and the SDGs, and how do you see the progress over the years, especially when we refer to biodiversity loss, and where are we with Vision 2030?
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. It's great to be back at the Yerevan Dialogue. So let me start. I can't resist. I have to start with a little sentence that Armenia's biodiversity is at crossroads. And I want to say for the two reasons, actually. Geographically, Armenia is, at the crossroad of different regions, so we have this really wide diversity of ecosystems and climate zone. So for those of you who are not based here, we do have amazing biodiversity. And it's at the crossroad also because we have COP17 coming up in a year and a half, and I believe my colleague on the left will talk about this. But this is a huge opportunity to really accelerate action to preserve biodiversity. So I think besides the crossroads for peace, we need to look at crossroads for biodiversity as well. Now let me go to the main question, or to the first question. Currently, the UN, we work under these two main large framework when it comes to biodiversity. And as you probably know, initially we had the Convention on Biodiversity that was developed in 1992. Again, I say this because this is one of the very first global event and very first convention that Armenia signed as an independent country. So it shows that from the beginning, Armenia was very committed to environmental matters and to biodiversity. Currently, we are working under this coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which has set up a number of targets, I think about 23. And these targets really intend to help us address the drivers of biodiversity loss. This was done in COP15, so that was in 2022. In COP16 last year, which took place in Cali, there was some major decision taken about financing biodiversity. And I say this because it actually took 30 years to put in place a commitment from 190 plus countries to actually have dedicated financing to address biodiversity loss. So these are, for the moment, these are these two major framework under which each country now has to develop their own legislative framework, strategies, etc. And this is what Armenia is doing. When it comes to the cause of the reason for losses, there are typically 5 main drivers, and I will mention them because, again, I like to talk global, but at the same time to make reference to what is relevant to Armenia, and all 5 drivers are relevant to Armenia. The first driver is about land use. So this is about, extension of urban development, it's about agricultural use, it's about deforestation. The second main driver is about pollution. It's mostly water, soil pollution, it's air pollution. It can be generated by urban development, but it can also be generated, in the case of Armenia, by the extractive industries. It can be generated by waste management. So there are different sources for this second cause. The third driver is climate change, very obviously, and in many countries this is about water availability. It's about having more forest fires. So there is again here different symptoms and different causes to how climate change will affect the biodiversity loss. The fourth reason is invasive species. And again, because Armenia has been on a crossroad, and there's been for a long time, there's been a lot of people coming in and out of Armenia, the trade, transport also bring invasive species. So there is actually quite a lot of invasive species in Armenia, including in water bodies. And then finally, the fifth reason is overexploitation. So overexploitation can be overfishing, it can be too much tree cutting, which happened here in the 90s when there was a shortage of fuel, so there was a lot of deforestation. And this is something that the country now is really trying to address. But as you know, to reforest a country, to move from 10% to whatever, 20 or 30%, it takes 20 years, right? So it's a long-term endeavor. Overexploitation can also be related to the mining or to the water use, etc. So these are the sort of 5 pillars that can that we need to address when we look at biodiversity. And there are 2 important points I want to make today before I close my first part. Is we tend to see biodiversity as the butterfly and the leopard. I say leopard because, as you know, here we have this beautiful Caucasian leopard. I haven't seen any, but there are a few. And it's an amazing animal. But we tend to see biodiversity as an environmental topic. It's not just an environmental topic. And I'm sure there are experts in the room, and of course you will nod the head and say, yes, of course we know that. But my experience, particularly in the past few months when we've been discussing COP with many different stakeholders, with the public, with the private sector, is there is not yet a very good understanding that the drivers that I just described, the drivers of biodiversity loss, are actually the responsibility of multiple economic sectors and of us as citizens. And so this is going to be a big endeavor for us globally and locally in Armenia, is to really drive the different sectors. And I will mention only a few, but agriculture and food system is a key sector because it's responsible on average for 50% of biodiversity loss. And it is very much affected by the biodiversity loss. So agriculture is a key sector that needs to be very much involved in the addressing biodiversity loss. The construction industry is also, because of the way the resources that it uses, but also the footprint that it has. The mining industries I mentioned, and the health sector as well. We all remember COVID. Well, COVID is really a perfect example of the nexus between biodiversity and humans and health when things are not managed properly. So what I'm saying here is, in the next year and a half, we really have to commit to have this cross-sectoral interaction. And for us at the UN, it means that we have to share a lot of knowledge. We have to share knowledge. We have to develop and localize knowledge. So everything that these two big conventions or platforms have come, we need to localize and see how they are reflected in Armenia. And we need to access to develop a lot of data. And why I say this is, one sector I didn't talk about is the high-tech sector, but you know that Armenia is a proud tech sector country, and the tech sector consumes a lot of energy. We all know that. And I have this aspiration that we should get the tech sector to sort of pay back and support a lot more the environmental topics and a lot more biodiversity. And one way they can do that is by really developing a data architecture on biodiversity that could be used by government institutions, by us, by the NGOs, and also by the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Françoise. So, as mentioned by the UN resident coordinator, it seems Armenia is a globally significant biodiversity hotspot. And I've also read, and as the UN resident coordinator mentioned, that there has been a lot of overexploitation of the forest. And I would like to ask you, so is there any specific threats that Armenia is facing at the moment, and what is the government doing to tackle them? And of course, before we come to COP17, as Françoise mentioned, in 2022, 196 countries adopted the Kunming-Montreal Global Diversity Framework. And amongst them, what was decided was the 23 targets for 2030 and the 4 goals for 2050. So amongst those 23 targets, which you brushed a bit around, I want to ask you, as advisor to the Prime Minister of Armenia, so what is the government doing to work on this framework? And in a second part, I will come to the upcoming COP17, so you can give us some more details. So I'll allow you to give us a little brief about Armenia, the specific threats, and what is the government doing right now about the biodiversity threats. Thank you. No, second one. Second one. Yeah. No.
Second one. Okay. Well, thank you for the question, and thank you for moderating the forum. And just like my colleague mentioned, as you may know, Armenia is one of the biodiversity hotspots, and it's due to its geographical location, which is also supported by the various ecosystems, such as the wetlands, the semi-deserts, the mountains, and also the forests. And this allows us to have a wide range of plant and animal species, including the endemic species, which are very unique to the Caucasus region, and they are mostly located within the corridor in Armenia that stretches from the north to the south. Of course, this is great, and this allows us to put Armenia on the global map in terms of the biodiversity, but at the same time, just like in any other country in the world, the consequences of the climate change, desertification, the biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation are becoming more and more obvious and prevalent challenges for us as well. And our generalized approach that our policies are laid on is one to conserve, is to restore, and also to be able to sustainably use the nature's ecosystem and natural resources, taking into consideration all the challenges that we have with the deforestation, degradation, drought, and other environmental issues. And the implementation of those steps are the ones that should be and are based on integrated science-driven community-focused strategies, and they are of course supported by our they're strongly supported by our international partners. And just to name a few examples of the issues that we had, even though we're still continuing, working on those challenges, is of course, just it was mentioned again, is the jewel of the crown, is the Caucasian leopard conservation project, and also another conservation project that we do for example, for the red deer, or as we call the Caucasian noble deer. And it just recently, on the 22nd of May, with our colleagues from WWF, from the Iranian government, and also Madame Jacob, we had the opportunity to add 9 more deers to the forest of the lower region. So those are just examples of the species and animals that were at the verge of extinction, but throughout those years we're able to add the numbers significantly. And of course, this needs to be done hand in hand, working on the eco corridors, and not only in the regional or country level, but also on the international level, connecting and making bridges from one region to another. And I think this will also be an interesting topic to be discussed during the COP17.
Thank you. So when we speak about biodiversity, I cannot but think about Africa. From the mountain gorillas of Uganda's Burundi Impenetrable National Park, to the eagerly anticipated grasshoppers, to the wide-based migrations of Kenya's Masai Mara, Africa is a treasure trove of life. So I now turn to Moses, and I would like to ask you, given your extensive experience in politics and governance and being in Kenya for the last few years, how do you assess the progress, or if not the progress, the work which is in progress about the SDGs and the UN Convention and Framework on Biodiversity and Climate Change, especially for Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also join the other panelists in thanking the government of Armenia and ORF for convening us. Africa, as you've mentioned, is home to great biodiversity. And Africa is alive to the triple planetary crisis, which encompasses climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Africa, for the record, does not subscribe to the gospel of climate denialism, because we believe that science tells us the truth, that our climate is changing, and as a result, we are losing our biodiversity. Most African nations have been signatories to the main conventions on climate change and biodiversity. I think more than 90% of African nations are signatories to the UNFCCC, the Convention on Climate Change, and African nations, most of them have become signatories to the Convention on Biological Diversity. It means that most of our countries have come up with nationally determined contributions, national climate action plans, and of late, a number of countries have been coming up with biodiversity strategy and action plans. Africa is a continent with 55 nations. So sometimes it's very difficult to talk about an African position on issues. But generally, the African position is espoused by the African Union. And the African Union has come up with a biodiversity strategy, and the African Union has also come up with a climate change and resilience plan. And that binds the member nations to be able to cascade and come up with individual country initiatives. Let me come to biodiversity. And I want to congratulate Armenia for getting the rights to host COP17 next year. Nairobi, Kenya, where I come from, is a seat of the United Nations Environment Programme. And when delegates came from Montreal, there was a subsidiary body conversation in Nairobi, which gave further definition and framed issues for COP17. And so Nairobi, Kenya, and Africa has been a significant contributor to this conversation and enrichment of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The lack of ambition, and I think, let me say this applies to biodiversity and applies to climate change, is that one of the things that we must avoid when we come to COP17 in Yerevan, God willing, next year, is to move away from the talking shop arrangement of past conferences of parties. I've had the privilege of attending a few conferences of parties, particularly on climate change, and the African view is that some of these COPs are becoming extensive talking shops with very little action and with very little ambitions. Sometimes the conferences of parties have become fora for compliance and filling forms and templates, rather than fora where people can take away serious action. And I want to encourage that when we come to Yerevan next year, from the perspective of African countries and from the experiences we have had with the UNFCCC, when there was the last COP on biodiversity, I think that was in Cali, yeah? There was a conversation around digital sequence information. There were conversations around funds that needed to be established to ensure that there was global support for biodiversity measures. I know under the Global Environment Facility, a global biodiversity fund has been mooted, and a digital sequenced information fund has also been mooted. It was called the Cali Fund. I hope that we'll come up with a Yerevan dialogue or a Yerevan consensus that will provide proper regulations for these funds, that will provide clarity on access mechanisms. We can learn a lot of lessons from the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, the Loss and Damage Fund, which have been part of conversations in the climate change COPs. We have established these funds, but we have put up very restrictive access mechanisms. I know you have asked me about practical experience. Just last year, through the parliamentary network, we were able to access some funding from the Green Climate Fund. It was not very substantial. It was just about $1 million for capacity building of members of parliament in Kenya. Recent events have shown us that if you exclude politicians from the conversations, then the people, through populism, can elect somebody who then subscribes to his own version of facts and his own version of science. But the process of accessing funds from the GCF, I can tell you, is like what they say in the Bible, a camel going through the eye of a needle. And so out of Yerevan, I hope that we'll come up with proper structures and regulations to allow the nations that need to access these funds, particularly the small island states. There's also concern about the role of indigenous communities. Indigenous communities have largely been the curators, they've been the guardians, they've been the conservators of biodiversity in many places, be it in Europe, in the Americas, in Africa. Whenever we go for the climate change conferences, there is always a section that is set aside for indigenous communities. And I am sorry to say that they are expected to be dramatic, they are expected to picket and to hold up placards, but I rarely see them in the negotiating rooms. I hope that in Yerevan, we will welcome, will acknowledge, and will embrace indigenous communities because they possess a lot of knowledge. That knowledge is what we are saying needs to be monetized. We have an example in my country, Kenya, of a giant pharma company that went to the soda lakes of the Rift Valley and were able to extract certain enzymes that were then replicated and used in manufacture of bleach. If you put on faded jeans, there is an agent that came from Kenya that is used to give effect to the faded jeans effect. There was nothing that trickled back to the indigenous communities that have been curators and guardians and conservators of that knowledge over the years. And that is why we hope that Yerevan is going to give effect to a proper funding mechanism so that it can also trickle back to the indigenous communities. I know I can't say much, but there's also the issue of, I think, the drivers to biodiversity loss, invasive alien species. I have very, immediate example. Lake Victoria is Africa's largest freshwater lake. And when the colonial masters, the British, came to Kenya, they introduced a fish species called the Nile perch. The Nile perch is a giant of a fish. It can grow up to 200 kilos, can grow as long as 7 feet. Now the Nile perch became the bully of the lake, eating anything and everything in its path and in its sight. The only bigger animal in the lake beside the Nile perch is a crocodile and the hippo. And the hippo doesn't eat fish, and the crocodile also has a low appetite for fish. And so as a result of the introduction of the Nile perch, a lot of biodiversity in the lake has been lost. Now, how do the local community get compensated? How do we ensure that there is justice for the local community who have faced biodiversity loss as a result of an alien species that was deliberately introduced and it can be traced? So I think just to summarize, out of the climate change conversations, which is tied to the biodiversity conversation, we would like to see, particularly as Africa, greater action, less talk, greater commitment, particularly by those nations or states that have unduly benefited from activities that have made our climate or have made our globe less livable. But it would be unconscionable from an African perspective, it would be unjust, it would be improper, that our parents and grandparents bequeath unto us certain biodiversity that will not be able to pass it on to the next generation. That will be a great failure of this generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. And speaking about our failure, or what are we leaving to the next generation, it brings me or reminds me of a concept of Ubuntu, which means I am because we are. And here I would like to turn to Anna, who is actually the founder and the founder of Ubuntu World for Romania and a social entrepreneur. So I would like to ask you, Anna, how do you reconcile the concept of interconnectedness between global diversity, climate change, and humanity? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for this question. I'm really truly honored to be here for the first time in Yerevan and to see so many people that are present here for this climate change and biodiversity. I want to thank to Armenian government and to our team to give me this opportunity to come here and be a voice of the nature, because Ubuntu World is I am because we are. It's from southern African countries. So as I said, we are here today because it's something deep is calling us. The earth is changing, not in a good way. I just came 2 days ago. We have 3 weeks in Romania of rain non-stop, so it's changing rapidly. And we all know that it's not just a climate crisis, sincerely. It's not just a biodiversity crisis. It's a crisis of disconnection. We are disconnected from the nature as a people, disconnecting between economy and ecology, and disconnection even inside ourselves. We are nature. We are not outside the nature. And also we are not the masters of the nature. So we, as Ubuntu World, this is what we work to heal the relationship between people and the nature. So we help, what we do at Ubuntu World, we help companies because we have a background in consulting, helping companies to shift from linear to green energy, circular economy, real sustainable practice, not just to meet the targets, and just to shift the way we think and act. So we need a new shaping mindset, more holistic way, more leading by heart, not by mind, but because with nature you cannot make targets. Everything is unknown. So we need to be really, really connected to the youth, because they are the forefront that are really connected with the nature. The indigenous people, thank you so much that you told Moses about Africa. This I'm advocating very, very much. I'm born in the countryside, at the mountains, and I know very well, without instinctive, how it's working with the nature, with the changing weather, or with the soil, or with the plants, and everything. Yes, we need science, not just for study, but also to practice this. And we need these people from the bottom to the top to lead this problem, issue with the climate change. We cannot treat climate change as a business. Even though I'm helping business to develop, we need a different approach. If we have a linear destination, we will not solve this problem. Everything is in a circular way. Okay, so another thing that will help the climate change and the biodiversity, it's, like I say, policy alone don't change behavior. Education and arts help people understand and care. So compassion and caring, emotion, connect with the nature. That's why we use them to shift perception and create new living story around sustainability. Because what we need now is not the fear. We need more courage, more caring, no division. I know it's really a big division around the world. There is war, there is everything, but more unity. And this unity is not by words, it's not by strategy, it's just to connect really, really each other inside ourselves and with each other, with the people around us and businesses and everything. So let's protect the biodiversity, not out of guilt, but with love for the earth, and love for those who come after us, and love for who we are right now. When we reconnect each other with ourselves, we are reconnected with the living planet, and everything can change, and it will not be so complex issues.
Thank you. So I would like to bounce back on the point that Moses mentioned earlier about indigenous communities and also on small island developing states. And I would like to ask Ms. Françoise here, so about all the work that UN is doing and about how you gauge this progress. And myself, coming from Mauritius, which is a small island developing state, and which is very much concerned by the existential threats of climate change and biodiversity loss, I have to say that over the last few years, the different COPs, the different conferences, the different summits have been very impressive in terms of what they had to say and offer and the promises, but we are still very far from having access to that kind of mechanisms, cooperation, especially financing from the developed countries to be able to meet those commitments and to ensure our survival. I would like to ask your stance on this before we go back to the upcoming COP17 and the expectations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Financing is a big question. I'll say a few words on that, but it's not the only question. So, if I'm not mistaken, at the COP16, the negotiation on financing became very long and over several months, and at the end there was a decision to allocate $200 billion per year. So this is pretty significant. But as our colleague Moses said, the process is only starting. This being said, I think every country has mechanisms to tap into. And between the markets, the financial markets, and the private sector, there is a lot of finances available. Often what is not available is good projects and is enough capacities. So I was just informed actually this morning that there is one of the major banks here that is going to launch some green bonds for about $30 million in the next few weeks for Armenia. So this is good news. And this is one of the ways that we can really accelerate the action on biodiversity and on climate. And what I want to say also is there is actually a lot of good things that are being done around the world, and including in Armenia. There is a lot of pilots, there is a lot of good initiatives, but what we need now is to accelerate. So financing is one of the accelerators. There will be, you probably know, in July there will be a financing for development event in Spain. This is 10 years after Addis Ababa. I also hope it will be not just a talk shop, but really considering what's happening with global ODA, I think this is going to be a major conference on which we are going to look really at the architecture of internal finances and definitely on how we can augment the financing for both climate change and for biodiversity. And if I'm not mistaken, Armenia will be represented there. So financing is one thing. For us, the UN, as I said, we are looking in these sort of alternative financing modalities because we know that it's not just the UN that can make things happen, and we look, for example, at the private sector. We know the private sector can have a huge impact. First, by adopting better production mechanisms, and second, by contributing to environmental mitigation, to rehabilitation when it comes to mining, and to simply observing the laws, right? So this is important. The second point, which is quite a big focus for us, is governance. And you've heard me at the beginning, I said Armenia has ratified most of the global conventions. And to a large extent, Armenia has translated this convention in its legislative framework. And to a large extent, it also has the strategic plans in place. Now, Armenia is preparing these two major sort of strategy, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, NBSAP, and we should get it, I hope, in the next couple of months, and then a revised commitment for the NDC for the climate change. Now, once these are in place, this really needs to be budget. There needs to be some financing allocation, some budget allocation. There need to be really a strong effort to implement this commitment. This is where we are standing here. We have to implement because the mechanisms are in place. Even the environmental monitoring mechanisms are pretty much in place. The mining sector, I keep going back to that sector, but there is actually a mining strategy up until 2035, if I'm not mistaken, that take into consideration the environmental impact. So things are in place. And in many countries, the laws are there, but it's a matter of having the political will, the political vision, the political will, the funding, and the capacities. So for us, the UN, a big focus is going to be to also help the country build or strengthen or expand its capacities within the government, but not only in the government, also with the local communities, and to work with the civil societies. I want to mention a couple of other areas. We have this denomination called the nature-based solution. It sounds very lofty, but it's actually extremely powerful approach to addressing both climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. And when you look at big city center like Yerevan, we really look at how do we do urban development so that we bring back the nature into the city. And this links a little bit to what Anna Maria was saying about reconnecting with nature. It's very hard for kids to connect with nature when there is no nature in their immediate environment. So nature-based solution is a big focus for us. It's not necessarily super expensive, but it's really about bringing back the ecosystems into the cities. Education will be a big sector. I think we can do a lot with kids. So we are already discussing with the Ministry of Education what we can do in the lead to COP, but also for the long term, how we can integrate in curriculums a lot more substance on biodiversity and on environment in general. I said earlier, public awareness is going to be a big thing. Even in Armenia, people don't know they have this amazing biodiversity. So we have a lot of awareness to do basic awareness, but we also have to work, as I said, with all the different stakeholders so that they embrace this endeavor of restoring biodiversity as their own responsibility. Really, we need to have a whole society approach, whole of government approach, and for that we need to share knowledge, produce knowledge, share knowledge, and then responsibilize people or put incentive or disincentive so that they act. And I think I will stop here to leave some space for everyone else.
Thank you. Thank you so much for very insightful information. And especially it's good to know that Armenia is doing so much. So I would like to turn to you, Humbert Zoom, and ask you, given that already there is so much happening, all this collaboration with the UN and the work, so now that there is this upcoming COP17, there's a lot of expectations from not just Armenian or UN, but the whole world. So I would like to ask you, in what direction is the work progressing, and what are the challenges you're facing right now, and also what can be the potential deliverables. And I also want to emphasize that, especially for SIDS. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, we are very honored by the decision of the parties to host the upcoming convention here in Yerevan, Armenia. And also I'd like to thank and congratulate the Colombian presidency and also the CBD Secretariat for their hard work and also for the successful COP. We will keep working and building on this success, making sure we have a smooth transition and also synergy between the COPs. Our vision is to have the inclusive COP by assuring active participation from all stakeholders, including the SIDS, the indigenous people, youth, women, civil society, the local communities, so that the decisions and the consensus that will come up with is welcomed and cherished by all stakeholders. This is also a very great opportunity for us to further our multilateral efforts for the global biodiversity protection, and also showcasing the natural richness and heritage of Armenia. Regarding the agenda, the COP17 will be, I think, crucial in the regards of agenda, as we will have we'll be kick-starting the global review, as it was mentioned, to assess how far or how close we are by the global goals by 2030 or 2050 set by the Communique-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And of course, in order to do this, we need to gather all the ambisceps from the countries, and Armenia is currently working on its final draft, and we urge others also to follow, so that we and the Secretariat have enough time to review this. And if need be, this will allow us to do some course correction in our national strategies and action plans by helping each other and also sharing our experiences. And to address your statements, I think we are on the same page as the development of the funding formulas, assessment methodology, and the contribution of the private sector will hopefully be another important outcome of the COP17. As you have mentioned, there are so many decisions that we have made, but we still do not know the methodology and how we're going to fund the money to support the decisions from the previous COPs. This will definitely not be an easy task for us, but we'll do our best to make sure that we are not only a welcoming host from the organization point of view, but we are also we carry on the active presidency, and neutral mediator for all parties during the COP17. And of course, there will be other topics. The agenda will be very huge. I think we are going to have also a forum specifically designed to discuss the issues that the cities face. And but to summarize, I'd like to say that we want COP17 to be yet another celebration of our collective wisdom of living in peace with nature. And I'm sure we'll all succeed together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So speaking about it, as you said, like the youth, the women, all the communities will not be excluded. So it will be an inclusive dialogue and platform for all. So now I would like to turn to Anna, and I would like to ask you, because your work involves advocacy and a lot of youth empowerment, what is the role you think the youth have in this whole climate change and biodiversity debate, and what are the challenges that you, your organization, and the youth are facing with respect to that? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Youth are the forefront action for the future generation in climate change and biodiversity. For example, in Romania, I am 42 years old, as I said early. I start, I think, at 7, 8 years old in the school. We call culture civic culture. So 1 hour per week we go and do reforestation, we do gardening. So we were in touch with nature for early age. So I think will be great, and I'm sure also in France and in other countries exists this curriculum, scholar curriculum, where children from kindergarten are active in working with the nature. Also to advocate for climate and biodiversity by creating storyteller for the kindergarten, but also for the school, you know, in the first degrees. And also, I know, as I lived in Europe or I'm traveling, I know this is usually become a normal process, family teaching children to be conscious consumer. So I see this almost the time. I think in France I see more than in other countries. And because everyone now, every children now, every kid or youth, it's on social media, especially TikTokers or Instagram, to speak more about their, let's say, experience in nature, to take more pictures, to do some movies and so on. And also to encourage them to take care of their inner world and outer world, like practicing all the time mindfulness. I know in India, children are doing yoga. So practicing, you know, nature is inside of us, not also outside. Everything that is inside is also outside. I know it sounds philosophical and not related really about this topic, but it's the reality as a show. And yeah, every relationship starts from within with the earth. Challenging is that we have to, as a parent, but also as teachers, to more emphasize on children this, more than give them all the time the tablet, to watching everything that AI is producing for them, to go out in nature, also to put them in contact with intergenerational, like older people that have experienced life on this planet and Earth. And yeah, I think so, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that we have now less than 5 minutes left, I would like to ask 2 questions from the audience. So one question, if we have the young leaders here in the room. One question from young leaders and one question from any member of the audience. So if there are no questions, so then I'll turn to Moses, a question to you, before rounding and summarizing. So after this panel discussion, what is now your hope and expectation of the upcoming COP, and especially as you laid the vision for Africa and the indigenous communities and the SIDS, what is the last word that you would like to put forward for the upcoming COP17? Thank you.
Thank you. It's noteworthy that the US, the largest economy, is not a signatory to the UNFCCC, and it's also not a signatory to the Biodiversity Convention. I just want to urge countries in the global south that when we come to Yerevan next year, we come confident that we can be able to come up with solutions. You talked about small island states, and they have immense biodiversity because they've been separated from the pervasive effects of humanity. But the plight of small island states, they cannot solve them themselves because there's a lot of interdependence. If there's global temperature rise, a small island state cannot mitigate or cannot take action against that on its own. So yes, we can talk about self-dependence, we can talk about budgets, but it requires global action. And that is why in the climate change space, we made a lot of push for the Loss and Damage Fund. Now the Loss and Damage Fund is probably 2 years old, and still there is no great clarity on its access and its utilization. And we hope that when the climate change community goes to Brazil later in the year, there'll be clarity on that. Now that is also another problem, that we have quite a number of frameworks with overlapping mandates and objectives. So you've got a framework on climate change, a framework on biodiversity, you've got a COP on desertification, and then you've got UN conferences on sustainable development. Now, I don't know how you can discuss sustainable development without discussing biodiversity or without discussing climate change. So we must find a way of building synergies between these many multilateral environmental agreements. And I like the conversation that is ongoing at the United Nations about, bringing agencies closer together. And I hope that a number of those agencies will come to Nairobi to sit alongside the United Nations Environment Program. In Kenya, we have an interesting success story called the Northern Rangelands Trust, where we are combining climate change adaptation, we are combining biodiversity preservation and packaging that, and we've been able to go to the carbon credit market. Now, Northern Rangelands Trust has set aside thousands of hectares of pasture, and so there's the carbon sequestration part of it, there's biodiversity preservation part of it, but the local community, the local Maasai community, are able to get certain benefits come to them because we are selling carbon credits to the global market. Now, there is also some injustice because if carbon credit or if carbon is a product, then a product needs to have a standard price. You know what the price of an iPhone is, whether you are in this country or you are in another country, the price is standard. But you'll find that African carbon sometimes goes to the market for as low as $20 per ton, whereas European carbon goes to the market at about $80 per ton. And I know this is one of the outstanding issues in the UNFCCC, the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, making sure that there's justice, there's consistency, there's uniformity in the carbon markets. Let me conclude by talking about the gender dimension. Our experience is that when you let women take charge of biodiversity and environmental conservation issues, they tend to do a better job than men. So we need to bring women into the conversation, young people into the conversation, indigenous communities into the conversation. Last week I launched a report on indigenous communities. There's a community called the Ilchamus. It's a Maasai community. They know which plants to use to cure a snake bite. But modern medicine, antivenom must be stored in an environment between 2 degrees and 8 degrees centigrade. So you go to hospital, you can't find antivenom. But within the indigenous communities, they know which herbs to swallow and mix. And so the conversation around biodiversity protection must also go with the curation of the knowledge that goes with it. And that's why we are talking about DSI and making sure that the DSI fund that is established, there's clear guidelines and clear procedures to ensure that that woman with the indigenous and traditional knowledge of mixing antivenom gets a benefit. Because once the big farmers get that knowledge or that secret, they're going to package it and it's going to be big. And I think the only reason why the US is not part of these conventions is because of intellectual property. They know that most of their big pharma corporations have gotten rich at the expense of indigenous communities.
Thank you, Moses. I like especially the fact that you touched on these points, and also being a politician and a man, you're still championing the cause for women, so hats off to that. And it's true that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, and nowadays with the whole empowerment of the youth and women, we do look forward that more youths and more women come forefront and are empowered to be the leaders to take action and things forward. But it's also very important what you said. We're here talking about the actions to make this world a better place. So it's important to be united. It's important that there are concerted efforts and actions, especially if we want to ensure our survival. And very important is that what is happening is that different parts, different conventions, different summits happening. While there is the intention, it is very important that we do not lose sight that while just focusing on different things being done, that we are not also losing grip, as you said. Like, we cannot talk about climate change without biodiversity, excluding climate change, etc. So I hope and trust that be it the UN, be it the different summits, be it the COP, that they take into account all this, so that together we can have not just concerted efforts, but also sustainable actions that ensure that we have a better future for Mother Earth. So thank you very much. It was lovely having you all panelists here. And I hope that the audience as well is happy and here at the Yerevan dialogue, and that we can make the most in Yerevan, which is a beautiful city. And thank you very much for your time.